Well, folks, good day to you, one and all, and welcome to one of the most beautiful places wherever there has been motorsport. It is one of the most iconic circuits. It's called Spa-Francorchamps. We're going to be there for 6 hours today, and joining me on the microphone today, the voice of West Bromwich Motorsport, Frankie Ernest. Frankie, good day to you.
Good day, Gary, and good day to all the viewers at home.
And also to FC Niveau, the man from Joostasi, and also a regular commentator throughout the Western Cape, and in fact, nationally throughout South Africa. So international commentary. In fact, Frankie, and myself that have done international commentary coming to you for the 6 hour, the Sujean Commercial Landlords 6 hour of Spa. So, Frankie, pretty interesting setup as we start with the lone qualifying 10-minute session.
Yes, the track is 6.93 k's long. We are at Spa-Francorchamps, and that is in Belleville. Listen to me, in Belgium. We'll get that right. I wish we had it in
It's
Belleville.
a long Sunday ahead.
It's a long Sunday ahead. And I tell you what, it's going to be awesome stuff. The track temperature is 33 degrees. The outside temperature is 18, 62% chance of rain, although I doubt that very much. Clear skies and a 15 kilometer per hour wind. And it's going to be awesome stuff. A big thanks to Sujean Commercial Landlords for industrial, rental and office promotions. A big thanks to all of those people at Sujean Properties.
A long Sunday indeed, Frankie. Interesting things happening in the 6 hour Enduro iRacing event here today. The 6 hours of Spa. The elite class today consisting of people aged 16 to 39 years of age, with the guys 40 years and up to 75, if I'm not mistaken. That is the Masters class. And today, something completely different. The first time ever, the elites and the Masters will be taking part in the exact same cars.
Well, this is something that's been spoken about, Frankie, for a long time. The fact that we, first of all, started off with the sports and GT. Then it became a little bit awkward because the youngsters were playing the Masters, shall we call them, away. So then we got the sports and GT Masters series, and hence the birth of the 6 hour events with the two different groupings, and they were split with different motor cars. Well, today it's the same car for everybody.
You were saying it's going to be a long Sunday. Yes, I've just come off a whole main circuit event yesterday. So, a little bit tired from that one, but we're going to have a lot of fun. This, of course, is something completely, utterly different to where we were yesterday at Killarney International Raceway, as we have a look at Jaco Forster of Team Heap Together Links, busy making his way around in his qualifying. That's going through the Radio Rouge area and then heading up the Kemmel Strait and then heading towards Lake-Com and then into Bruxelles. So that is Jaco Forster of Team Heap Together Links.
Well, as you will be seeing once they've done their qualifying. Well, those of you that are not aware how it works, everybody goes out of the pits, they go and do a warm-up sighting lap. Then they go and give 2 laps, flying laps. Either of the 2 representatives from any team can go out to go and qualify. They need to determine between themselves who they feel is the quicker of the 2. In general, your fastest lap time probably going to be around 2 minutes 1 second, anything up to around 2 minutes 5 seconds. So on about 4 minutes 10, you will probably pick up the first of the lap times coming through. As you see, left-hand top corner, qualifying 3 minutes 28 of the 10 minutes that's gone. That, in fact, is Jaco Steyn that is out on circuit at the moment. And Jaco Steyn is one of the people that put stupid amounts of time in the background into making this form of motorsport available to us at the level and the quality that we can put out now. Hopefully you guys are watching us. If you're on Facebook, you'll be on 720p. If you are on a YouTube channel, the SAI Racing or the Second Gear Productions or the West Bromwich Sports and GT page on YouTube, you'll be on 1080p, and that's going to give you the best possible view as to exactly what is going to be happening out there. So let's have a look at the lap times as they start coming through.
Yeah, you see, look at the Durant Motorsport outfit. They're sitting out there in a P1 at this point in time with a 202.923. And then the team Pantera Racing. They are at this point in time in a second pole with the Gazoo Racing team with a 202.944. Are at this stage of the game your top three.
Yeah, strangely enough, your two of the top three is actually part of the Masters class. Only the top team, Durant Motorsport, being part of the elite class. So there's already some interesting things coming out there, as Willem Botha is the man putting in the paces there for the Gazoo Racing team in that third position. Team Uber Racing in the number 22 car, they're out there in fourth with a 2 minute 3.628 seconds. Team IRSA Red in fifth place with a 2 minute 3.691.
That's in fact Ati Nagel that will be in that 88 car and putting in as quick a time as what he can. So they are basically second in their class after the first flying lap, and it wasn't a bad guess, pretty much just over the 2 minute mark per lap. It's one of the longest circuits apart from Nuremberg Ring. The team Heat Together, that is Jaco Foster, that is out there. They find themselves on a 203 Frankie 717. Not much between them and the IRSA Team Green.
Yeah, the IRSA Team Green, that's a Corne Breed that is out there. He's so far in that seventh position in the Delara LMP 217, and he is out there in that seventh position with a time so far of a 203.855. Then so far in eighth position, it's Jeff Hancock's in the TTH Racing Red team, and they are in that eighth position at this point in time with a 203.987 with a 6 minutes and almost 25 seconds done in the 10-minute qualifying stint.
Well, look at that. Have a look who just went fastest out there. Team Pantera for the Masters class just improved on their time. They've gone up to a 2 minute 0.2.182 to grab that provisional pole position.
And as you can see, as we tried to go to that shot, they had already finished their allotted 2 laps. So they have actually gone back into the pits, and that's the end of that. And there you can see, as the guys finish their allotted times, they will actually stop out on circuit, and we will eventually have literally nobody out there on circuit still doing hot laps, because the 10 minutes that's allocated gives you more than enough time with call it 2 minutes 10, see you coming out of the pit lane, plus then about 201, 202, 203 that need about 6.5, 7 minutes. So the guys that are still out on circuit now did not initially go straight out on track. Somebody that's coming into this one very confident, Frankie, André Steenkamp.
Yeah, André Steenkamp from Team Dynacor, and he's out there in car 777. And there's Jeff Hancock's that is in that 8th position so far for TTH Racing Red. They've done a 203.542 in the top 10, finding themselves there in P8. So almost 8 minutes of the 10-minute qualifying session done, and a TTH Racing Red team is there in that 8th position.
Duco Racing team is in that 10th place. Mario Kowats was the man who set up that time with a time of 2 minutes 3.661. Then in 11th, team Heaped Together in car number 71. They're out there in on a 2.03836 seconds. Team Dynacor in 12th. Rico Barlow Racing in car number 45 out there in 13th position with a time of 2 minutes 4.265. With Team Heap Together again in 14th. Cheaper Cars.co.za out in 15th. And TTH Racing Green in that 16th position.
Right, those are your top 16 cars, 8 minutes and 45 seconds done. So we have got a minute and 10 seconds left before the end of the qualifying stint for the Sujean Commercial Landlords 6 hour of Spa-Francorchamps.
And as it was said to you earlier on, that elite class, 16 years to 39 years of age, the master class, 40 up to 75. We're not going to state who is actually the one that qualifies under that 75 35 years of age, but basically the cutoff mark being that 40 years of age. And this is the first time that the youngsters go one-on-one with the old hands, and that is going to make for some very, very interesting scenario for us for this race. Lots of new camera angles. A big thanks to the man that's done so many hours behind the scenes to make this whole lot possible for us. There's 20 seconds left of the qualifying. Everybody is in the pit lane, so we will not be able to pick up anything further there. And as soon as the grid comes up, we can bring that to you. FC, some background on this circuit is, well, I tell you what, that specific shot that you see there, probably the most well-known part of the circuit, Eau Rouge going through Radion.
Yeah, look, one of the most well-known circuits in racing out there is the Spa-Francorchamps. But we've got the grid on screen. We'll have a rundown on the cars that we'll be using a little bit later. Luke Lucchesi, the man that qualified fastest for Team Pantera in that pole position, followed by Durant Motorsport in second position, followed by Willem Botha, P3 for Gazoo Racing, and Jaco Steyn for Lauda in that fourth position.
Yeah, then we've got Jaco Forster for Team Heap Together Links, and then Atti Nagel for IRSA Racing Red. Then Corne Breert, IRA Racing Green, and Jeff Hancock's TTH Racing Red. And then the fifth row, Sway Schubert of Team Hubert Racing, and Mario Kowals of Duco Racing. That's the fifth row.
Yeah, row number 6, Janeman Prius for Team Heap Together. Alongside him, Andre Steenkamp for Team Dynacore in the 777. Then row number 7, Sandro Bakari in the Rico Barlow Racing car. In 14th position, Matt Densham with Team Heap Together again.
And then in P15, the cheapercars.co.za outfit of Neil Hubert, and then Andrew Barber in the TTH Racing Green in P16. And those are your 8 rows of the grid.
Well, Frankie, we actually wanted to bring this in now. So, what cars are they racing today? Dallara LMP2s.
Yes, the LMP2, that's a Dallara P217s that they're out there racing. And in real life, they have got a Gibson GK 428 4.2 liter V8 motor. And these things are pretty damn quick around any racetrack for the World Endurance Championships.
All right, we are about to go racing pretty soon with the 6 hours of Spa starting here any moment now as they're going to cross the line. Oh, not green yet. Coming down the main straight there is all of them out there. Team Pantera Racing, Durant Motorsport, Gazoo Racing, Lauda, Team Heap Together Links, IRSA Red, IRSA Green, Team Try Harder Racing Red, Duco Racing, Team Dynacore, Team Heap Together again, Rico Barlow Racing, and cheapercars.co.za. The Porsche pulls off. We are racing in Spa.
Right, here they go, working their way through Radion and Eau Rouge, right up that hill, heading towards the Kemmel Straight. This is the fastest part of a Spa-Francorchamps. Into that right-hander they go. They'll be making their way now towards Lacombe. And when they go into that left hand, you're going to be on the brakes at exactly the same time. Otherwise, you're going to have problems out there. It's Byron Mitchell that leads them through Lacombe. Then they'll drop slightly downhill before they go into the right-handed hairpin. That is Bruxelles. Working their way down that hill now. They're all nose to tail, these Dallara P217s. And it is a Durant Motorsport of Byron Mitchell that leads him out so far, FC.
Yeah, Luke Lucchesi's right there with him as well for Team Pantera Racing, followed by Jaco Steyn, Jaco Forster, Atti Nagel, Jeff Hancock, and Corne Breert. That is your top 6 of them out there for this race so far. And it's going to be a tight battle between the Elite and the Masters as Jaco Steyn sits there in that third position, second in class overall.
Yeah, Jaco Steyn in that Lauda car. He is there in that second position. He's chasing down the Team Pantera Racing outfit just there ahead of him. And there's not much between the two of them, between Team Pantera and Team Lauda at this point in time.
Yeah, as they make their way around Spa-Francorchamps here, sponsored by Sujean Commercial Landlords. We are just over a minute into this one, almost 2 minutes into this one, and it is the team from Durant Motorsport that leads them out in P1. Byron Mitchell, followed by Luke Lucchesi, Jaco Steyn, Foster, Nachel, Hancocks, and Cowards, as we are riding on board there with Jaco Steyn.
Yeah, Jaco Steyn sitting out there in that third position. And look at the Durant Motorsport boys and the Team Pantera Racing. They have putting up the fastest laps at this point in time here in Spa-Francorchamps, making their way through Les Sources now, and then they will start running up that hill, up the Eau Rouge and Radillon towards the Camel Straight. These guys are going as quick as they can go. Byron Mitchell still sitting out there in a P1 with that the Team Lada Pantera Racing outfit, that number 12 car right there in that second position, and they are right on the heels there of Durant Motorsport.
I think we must actually confirm that we've got one incorrect camera position. It's too close to the track. You see how the camera actually shakes when the cars come past it, the pace that they do there down the Camel Straight, back to the front end of the field. It's Byron Mitchell that's leading out, and he's got Luke Lucchesi that is in there right behind him. Now, FC, we know Luke Lucchesi can be one of the quickest, and if there's a man that makes a couple of mistakes, yes, he does by himself. He doesn't knock into anybody. He tends to just push it a bit too hard and sometimes make mistakes. But in pure, utter straight speed, he is definitely one of the very, very best in South Africa, is Luke Lucchesi.
Oh, 100%. And you don't make the kind of mistakes that Luke makes by not driving the car on the edge. You know, all racing cars has that certain drop-off edge where if you take it over that, it's all going to be bad luck. Most guys tend to not race on that edge. Luke Lucchesi is definitely the man you want in your team, because he's going to try and find that edge and even try to push that edge as far as he can to try and keep up. But he did make a small mistake just now. He had a bit of fishtailing going on, and that's dropped him a bit behind Byron Mitchell. They're racing in two different classes, but hey, it's race on for the lead of this race.
Yeah, and it is Luke Lucchesi that sits there in that second position, chasing down Byron Mitchell. Jaco Steyn is there in that third position for Team Lauda Classic Cars. At this point in time, there's Willem Botha for Team Gazoo Racing, getting it all wrong and hammering the wall there on his right-hand side.
That is not something that you want to have happen this early in the race, but it does give you time to catch up and try and make amends, rather now than a little bit later in the race. Let's have a look here what happened to Andrew Barber. Did he have a bit of a moment there? Ooh, just a bit too hard on the brakes, and that sent careening towards the wall.
Well, he had to stomp on that brake pedal, otherwise he would have careered into that car that was just there ahead of him, and that is right there by the pit entrance. There's Mario Cowards. We're having a look to see what he did out there in car number 5, climbing over the curb, and that you don't want to do. That will send him over the grass and towards the tire wall.
Well, back to the racing action, and it is Luke Lucchesi who's in the lead for the Masters, sitting second overall for Team Pantera in this race, right on the case there of Durant Motorsport's Byron Mitchell. Behind him, for about 4 seconds adrift, we've got Jaco Foster, then Jaco Steyn, another 4 seconds down the line, followed by Atti Nachel, Jeff Hancocks, and Corne Briet.
Yeah, that is your top group. Oh, another problem out there for Matt Densham in that 16 car. He whacked the wall very hard. There's cars rejoining all over the place. You can see a lot of cars went into the Kittelette there. Andre Steenkamp was taken out there accidentally. There was 3 cars that was involved in that situation.
Oh, yeah, that was a bit eager. The guys are side by side there going into that corner.
You could hear them clouting to each other.
Oh, yeah. But back to the race here. It is Byron Mitchell that leads them. For Durant Motorsport up in P1. Then Team Pantera's Luke Lucchesi in P2. Then Team Heap Together Lynx's Jaco Foster sitting there in that third position, followed by Lauda Team's Jaco Steyn in P4.
Yeah, he sits out there in that fourth position, Jaco Steyn. Then behind Jaco Steyn, it's Atti Nachel, Jeff Hancocks, and Corne Briet. That is your top teams. We're waiting to see for Byron Mitchell and Luke Lucchesi. There is nothing between Mitchell and Lucchesi for Team Durant Motorsport and Team Pantera Racing. As a matter of fact, Luke Lucchese is only, 4/10 of a second in there, just behind Byron Mitchell. So he is right on the case there of Byron Mitchell with the 4 laps done and 6 minutes and 45 seconds.
A whole heap of action still laying ahead for us here in the 6 hours of Spa, brought to you by Sujean Commercial Landlords. But Byron Mitchell at this stage of the fight just controlling the race ever so slightly. He's managed to get a little bit ahead there, but look at that, Luke Lucchese actually not allowing him to get too far ahead. But where do the teams sit in their respective classes? The elite class being led by Durant Motorsports, Byron Mitchell, then Team Heap Together Links in P2, IRSA Red in P3, and then your top 3 for the Masters, Team Pantera Racing, Lauda, and Team Uber Racing in those positions.
Yeah, then they followed there by Team Rico Bala Racing, Team Cheapercars.co.za, Team Kazoo Racing, and then Team Dynacore, and they are all your Masters. Right, Luke Lucchese sitting out there in that second position. They're both going to catch Janeman Prius. He will be the first man that they're going to put a lap on. So Mitchell sits out there in P1, followed there by Luke Lucchese for Team Durant Motorsport and Team Pantera Racing.
Going down the main straight there is the likes of Byron Mitchell, and just look how Lucchese is clawing back that mistake that he made, as both of them set personal bests or fastest laps for their respective classes. As the laps progress here, the cars start to get a bit lighter and they start to eke a little bit more performance out there as they go through that wonderful corner, Eau Rouge, up into Radillon.
You can see the FC Team Heap Together is Janeman Prius, and they've got the blue flags. That's why their names and the teams is in blue. I like that one.
Flash the lights.
So Janeman Prius for Team Heap Together Racing, car number 71 sitting out there at the back of the field, and he will be the first car and the first team to be overtaken there by Byron Mitchell and by Luke Lucchese, Durant Motorsport and Team Pantera Racing.
Yeah, let's have a look here. We're riding on board with Byron Mitchell as he's now going to go for that inside up on Janeman Prius. He goes. Prius not putting up too much of a fight. He allows Luke Lucchese through as well. And that is pretty well done within the rules there. He got the blue flag, says just stay out the way. The faster boys are coming through.
Yeah, and that means Jaco Forster will be the next man to catch Janeman Prius. There is Jaco Forster. Jaco Forster for Team Heap Together Links sitting out there in that third position. So they are out there in P3. There's Jaco Steyn in the Lauda outfit. Jaco Steyn, and he has got Atti Nagel. Atti Nagel is right in there behind him, only 5/10 of a second between himself and Atti Nagel. So Atti Nagel for Team IRSA Racing Red is right on the case there of the 10 car of Jaco Steyn.
Yeah, then Corne Brett, the next man through. He's sitting there in that, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 overall. And that is for Team IRSA Green in the elite class. Behind him, Jeff Hancock's in overall 7th position. He's got Sandro Bakari, Swayze Hubert, and Rainier Hubert all tucked in there behind him.
Yeah, and that is Sandro Bakari that's sitting out there. Sandro is in that the 45 car for Team Rico Bala Racing, and he has got the Swayze Hubert right there with him. There is nothing between Sandro Bakari and Swayze Hubert. There they go through that right hand. I think that might have been La Source. Yes, it is La Source that they went through. I love this camera shot because right underneath that Dallara P217 LMP2 sports car, as they work their way up the Radillon and Eau Rouge part onto the Kemmel Straight. That is as quick as it gets around Spa-Francorchamps, is the Kemmel Straight that takes you down to La Source and then into Bruxelles. Sorry, Les Combes, and then into Bruxelles.
Yeah, Les Combes into Bruxelles they go. But riding on board there with Rainier Hubert, currently in 5th place overall for his class, the Masters class in the cheapercars.co.za car. He's sitting out there in that 5th place. Behind him, Gazoo Racing's Willem Botha. He had a bit of a moment earlier on, and that's dropped him all the way down into that 6th position in class. And he's got Hubert ahead of him, and Mario Kowats behind him for Duco Racing.
Yeah, Mario Kowats sits out there in 6th. Well, he's right out there. He's in that 5 car. And yeah, he's 6th position in his class. He's in the elite class, that's correct. And he is 11.1 seconds behind the Gazoo Racing team. So there's Mario. Then Andrew Barber coming through as well. Andrew Barber for Team TTH Racing. And he's out there in that 13-car Team TTH Racing green is Andrew Barber.
Yeah, Andrew Barber out there. But then for Andre Steenkamp, Team Dynacor, he's out in that 7th position. And he is there in the Masters Series, or the Masters class, shall I say. He's out there in that 7th position in class. And that would put him in, I think it's 13th position overall. No, 14th position, followed by Janneman Prius in that last position for Team Heap Together in the 71 car, making his way around the circuit.
Yeah, he's right out there. He's in last position at this point in time. He's at the 71 car of Janneman Prius. But up front, it's all about the Durant Motorsport man, Mr. Byron Mitchell, that sits out there in P1. He's been hassled and he's been mugged all the way here by Team Pantera Racing's Luke Lucchesi. They are sitting each in first position there. You see that means in the 2 different classes. They are 1 and 2 on track, but they are both first in their classes. Mitchell first in the elite class and Lucchesi first in the master class. And he's only 5/10 of a second is Lucchesi in there behind Byron Mitchell.
Yeah, we've seen that drop from about a second after making that mistake. It's dropped all the way back down to about 5/10 of a second. It's even gone as low as 4/10 as Lucchesi is now. I want to say he's on the attack. He doesn't want to allow Mitchell to get away. Even though they're not racing each other, it's still about bragging rights. Who took the win overall in the race? So Lucchesi, he might be leading his class, but he wants to lead this race.
Yeah, I wouldn't do anything silly at this point in time if I am Luke Lucchesi. There you see in the different classes, it's the Durant Motorsport class of Byron Mitchell. That team that's sitting out there in P1 with a team heaped together there in that 2nd place. It's a replay here of Sway Schubert taking evasive action and taking to the grass and the dirt to avoid contact there.
Some very expensive farming equipment to take out around Spa. These Delara LMP2s. But let's have a look here what happened to Jeff Hancock's. Just got the tail end around so heavily. And that's basically caused an obstruction there for some of the other drivers as well.
Right, so we have a replay here. What did Byron Mitchell do wrong as he goes up Eau Rouge and Radion? He seems to be okay.
Looks like he did it all right.
As a matter of fact, he's opened up a little bit more of a gap there. Now 7/10 of a second on Luke Lucchesi. It's only about 2/10 of a second, so that doesn't really mean much. You're not going to phase Lucchesi with that at this point in time. He'll just hang in there. Remember that he is in his own class, sitting 2nd overall in the blue class, which is Masters. The elite class is the yellow class. You guys see there on your television sets at home. So Luke Lucchesi is sitting out there in P2 and he is chasing down race leader Byron Mitchell. Team right up there in that 2nd place. Mitchell is trying to get away from Lucchesi, but Lucchesi at this point in time is keeping him very honest as they head towards the right to left hand. Where's the pit lane? No, they're not quite there yet, but he's right on the case there, and Jaco Foster will be the next man to catch Janneman Prius.
Yeah, Jaco Forster, the next man to catch there, but he is 12 seconds down from Janneman Prius, so he's still got quite a way to go. It just shows you the immense pace that Mitchell and Lucchesi is putting up front. If your closest rival is 13 seconds behind you at the end of lap number 8.
Right, there they go. The two of them into that right. That just came out of Blanchimont. And then you go into that chicane, which takes you onto the main straight. That's there where the Formula 1 cars start. Now they go into turn 1, which is La Source. It is a very tricky right-handed hairpin turn, is La Source. Now, you work these Delara LMP 217s through their gearboxes as you go through Eau Rouge and Radiar. You just give it all horns there. You're going to place your car exactly on the right racing line. I remember Lewis Hamilton was saying a couple of years ago, when you go through that part of the track, you've got to put your car, now they're working onto the Camel Straight now, but when you go through Eau Rouge, they're working their way now through Lake Com. But he was saying, FC, it is a blind off-camber rise, and you've got to put your car on exactly the same, or on the correct spot, climb on the gas, and then just have confidence that your car's going to take you where it's supposed to take you. So these guys in the iRacing world will be doing exactly the same.
Yeah, it'll be nice to see a cockpit shot of them going through that world-famous corner, Eau Rouge, into Rodleon, and just see exactly what Hamilton meant by that. Because, yeah, as you say, and I mean, we've seen some horrific crashes there in the past. We've seen drivers lose their lives in that corner with just being off of the correct line, and it just shoots you off into that runoff area and plows you into the wall.
Yeah, you're right. I think it was last year or the year before in Formula 2.
2 years ago.
Yeah,
and Anton Hubert.
Anton Hubert,
yeah.
that's
Yeah.
quite right. He lost his life there, sadly, in that part going through Eau Rouge and Radion, heading towards the Camel Straight. So as you say, the FC, it is very quick, it is very fast, and it can be very dangerous.
But riding on board with the Jaco Forster, the man that's sitting there in that third overall position, second in the elite class for Team Heap Together Lynx in that beautiful charcoal and red number 7 Delara LMP2. Right behind him, that black and green Lada car of Jaco Steyn, second for the Masters, fourth overall in this race.
And Atti Nagel is right in there as well. Don't forget about Atti Nagel. It is 3 of them that are nose to tail. And here they come. It is Jaco Forster, Jaco Steyn, Atti Nagel. We ride aboard with Jaco Steyn, and you can see Atti Nagel in there behind him. Jaco Steyn for Lauda Classic Sports Cars out there in that number 10 Delara LMP2.
So let's have a look here what the guys are doing out there. Steyn, right on Steyn's case is Atti Nagel, and Atti Nagel is going to try and make a move there up on the inside, but Steyn blocks him off, going into that right-hander, into the left-hander now as well, and starts to put a little bit of a gap on Atti Nagel.
Yeah, Atti Nagel still sitting out there, and he is right on the case there of Jaco Steyn. There's nothing between the two of them, and they chasing down Jaco Forster, and the 3 of them pretty soon will be catching up to Janeman Prius. Not quite there by Janeman Prius, but they're going to close up onto Janeman Prius and put a lap on him for Team Heap Together. So he's going to have to keep it together though when the 3 of them catch onto the back end of his Delara.
Yeah, into turn number 13 they go. This is a campus section now through the left-hander of turn 14. Now they go into turn number 15, known as Stavelot. That's the first part, Stavelot. Then it goes over into turn number 16, where Nagel is now. Now they're going to go through the Corbeil Paul Frere up onto Blanchimont, as we wait for Atti Nagel and Jaco Steyn. There comes Prius, as well as Jaco Steyn, Atti Nagel, all of them in there.
You're quite right. That is Prius that is ahead of those 3. They're only 1.3 seconds behind Prius. There you see the top 3, car 7 or car 10 and car number 88, sorry, and they are right on his case. We ride aboard the 88 car there, and that is Atti Nagel. Atti Nagel right in there. The moment they catch that back marker, the back marker is busy making his way up there through Eau Rouge.
There's the shot.
And they are right there with him. And surely his blue lights will be flashing to tell him, listen here, these 3 are right on my case.
Look at Atti Nagel, caught the perfect slipstream, perfect line through Eau Rouge and rattling on down the Camel Straight they go, and it's Nagel that makes it past the likes there of Jaco Steyn. Now he's going to put his sights there on Jaco Forster, as those 2 are battling it out for second and third in the elite class.
Yeah, Atti Nagel made the move there on Jaco Steyn. Jaco Steyn dropping down 1 position. Now Nagel will go after Jaco Forster. That is Forster that you see there just ahead of Atinachel. And is Atinachel the quickest of the three of them? I think so. He is closing up on him, hand over first. Oh, look there at the Forster. His car was wagging around a little bit there. But the Atinachel, smooth lines there by Ati. As they go into that right-hander, Atinachel is catching him. Atinachel is visually closing there on Jaco Forster.
What a camera shot this is, Frankie. Have a look and see how much vibration there is on that. I think this is the wiper that's right here in the center of the bottom of the screen. Did you see how the vibrations work on the cars as they go down the straight here? What a brilliant shot it is for that cockpit view as well. Brilliant stuff here from the Second Gear production studio.
Well, I tell you what, they're going as quick as they can go, and I think they're busy making their way through Blanchimont right now. Yeah, they are through Blanchimont. Now the left, right chicane. Put entrances there on the right-hand side. Now, that's probably a first or a second gear, little right-left chicane, and then they go down that main straight into turn one, which is La Source. And Atinachel is getting closer and closer. He's right on that back wing there of Jaco Forster.
As they go into Eau Rouge now, just look at how they cross that over onto that barrier or that skirt section on the edge of the curbstone, should I rather say, of the track there. Brilliant shot there, as you can see how much the guys cut that curbstone to be on the perfect line as Prius gets out of the way and lets that whole train of Forster, Nachel and Jacustein past him up into that Kemmel Straight.
Have a replay here at Andrew Barber in that 13 car, and I think he just stepped out on him. Byron Mitchell must be careful there for track limits, because if he, and so does Luke Lucchesi for that matter. But Luke Lucchesi is crowding. He is crowding the back end there of him. It's a replay that we're having a look at here. So I don't quite know if Mitchell put a wheel out of line at this point in time. It seems to be all okay there. But Atinachel busy making his way around. Atinachel in that 88 car for RSA Racing Red. And Atinachel is right in there behind the team Heap Together links.
Well, let's have a look and see who is where in the race so far. Leading this race, Durant Motorsport, Byron Mitchell up in P1, P2 in the hands there of Luke Lucchesi for Team Pantera, as they are, just look at how close it is between the two of them. There's literally nothing between those two.
No, but 0.4 of a second between the two of them for that matter. Then we have got Jaco Forster that sits out there in that third position for teamed Heap Together links. That is Jaco Forster. P4 on track is Atinachel. Atinachel out there, and he is in that team IRSA Racing Red is Atinachel, and is that
that is an overtake. That is
yes,
Jacustein that just passed back. Yeah,
Atinachel, you're quite right.
Got that fourth position back there from Atinachel. Fourth overall in the race was Nachel, and it looks like he's lost a position to the Team IRSA green car of Corne Breet as well.
Yeah, Nachel's dropped down behind Breet. You're quite right. So lost that position. He lost two positions there. Did Atinachel to Stein and then to Breet. Willem Botha is the next man, but he's quite some distance away. That's going to catch the Team Heap Together car of Janeman Prius. But right now we are with Corne Breet. That is busy working his way around in the IRSA Racing Green. Corne Breet, and he is right there on the case of Jacustein. Nachel lost two positions. Can Breet somewhere make the move on Stein?
Well, we'll have to wait and see if Breet can make that move up further up the field. With about 26, almost 26 minutes into this race, we're going to take a quick commentary break, and we'll see you again right after this.
Well, folks, welcome back with us. This is the Sujean Commercial Landlords 6 Hour of Spa. Those of you that did not see the earlier part, the elite class is 16 to 39 years of age, and the master's class is the 40 up to 75 years of age. Now, the interesting thing has always been the situation of we've never had the elite and the masters in the same car. For the first time ever, we have got them in the same car. So, is the youngsters, Frankie, quicker than what the Autopies are?
No. I would say that because I fall in that masters category. Theoretically, yes, the elite drivers should be faster than what the masters are. Remember that they are a lot younger, and their reflexes is a lot quicker, and they obviously are all the young gun hot shots. That's what they are. But let's not write the master drivers off. People like Luke Lucchesi. Luke Lucchesi will mix it in there with anybody that you can chuck at him from the elite category. So Lucchesi is still in that second position behind Byron Mitchell, and they're going to catch up to Matt Densham and Andrew Barber shortly, FC.
So, FC, can we then assume that the quickest is the youngsters, the second quickest is the Autopies in Luke Lucchesi? Then we go back to look at that IRSA Green in Corne Breed. They are the third quickest out there, and they're very, very close to one another.
Yeah, they're very close, Gary, but if you look at that team heap together, Lynx out there in that fourth overall position, but fifth overall is one of the Masters guys again. That is Jaco Steyn. So you've got two of the Masters guys or Masters teams out in the top 5 or top 6. If you look at that, so yeah, I don't think it's a case of too much happening, but a lot of the guys jumping into the pits now, including your race leader, Durant Motorsports, Byron Mitchell has gone into pit lane. Gazoo Racing's been in the pit lane. Team Heap Together again, Team Heap Together, and Team Dynacor was also in the pits. So this is now into that pit stop window.
But now remember, Frankie, there's two pit lanes. That's the first section of the pit lane. This is the inside of the La Source corner. And now you run into the second half of the pit lane, and look how long it takes to be able to do a driver change. Well, if it is going to be a driver change, it's 37 minutes in. But there's only the second half of the pit lane.
They will box there on the right hand side. You'll pull into your pit box, so it's a very, very long. They're all diving into the pits there. Rico Bala Racing is in, Team Hubert Racing is in, Duco Racing is in, TTH Racing Red is in, cheapercars.co.za is in. They are all 37 minutes into this one, beginning to make their first routine pit stops.
And it's just it's so gut-wrenching knowing you have to go so slow in that pit lane, because as with real world racing, yeah, you're all stacked a bunch there together, but you can't do a thing about it because there is a pit lane speed limit, and if you do cross it or go faster than you should, you will get a reprimand or a drive-through penalty.
That's Mario Cobors. That's busy making his way there in car number 5, working his way into his pit box for the routine pit stop. So as the cars just work their way through, and then we will start to get these pit stops underway. They're all in the pits. Who's going to make their way out of that pit stop first? There we see Jaco Forster. Then Jeff Hancock is in there in that 69. The 22 is Sway Schubert. And it is that 7 car that works its way out first. That is Team Heap Together Links of Jaco Forster that makes his way out onto the circuit. And they're all racked and stacked in there behind him. He's still there in pit lane. And he will join on the Kemmel Straight and work his way into Lacombe.
A lot of driver changes happening here, but Jaco Forster decided to remain in the car. Jeff Hancock remains in the car as well there for TTH Racing Red. And let's see who's behind him there. That's Mario Coates. He's just decided to stay in there as well in the number 5 car, as he's going to start doing dives for the left. Almost made a collision there as they go down that straight in. That's the Kemmel Straight, and they're going to head into Lacombe now.
Yeah, he's right in there. Hancock's just in there behind Mario Kowaz as they are nose to tail, the two of them busy making their way out. Where is Luke Lucchese? Luke Lucchese is still in the pits, as a matter of fact. The watch is ticking away there on Luke Lucchese as Atinachel now also making his way there into the pit area, and Luke Lucchese still standing dead still there in his pit box.
Yeah, let's see, can anybody catch up to him at this stage of the fight? Team IRSA Green also in the pit lane. They're going into the pits. Team Lada in the pits now, as well as a Team IRSA Red in the pits. And where is Durant Motorsport? They're going to be coming up pretty soon. 34 seconds, 32 seconds. There goes Luke Lucchese. He's going to get going, and that's going to put Lucchese, that's going to keep him in that lead there as he exits the pit now, with Durant Motorsport's Byron Mitchell in that second position now.
He's crawling all over those curbstones.
There goes. Byron Mitchell just made it past.
Just got his nose ahead of him as he came out the pit exit. He just saw that Durant Motorsport, Byron Mitchell, LMP2, Dallara work his way out. Here comes Jaco Steyn out of his box onto the pit road. Atinachel busy making his way back out there onto the track once again. So they have blinked for the first round of a pit stop for these guys. But that's Byron Mitchell, Team Durant Motorsport, sitting out there in P1. And he's going to catch up to Jason Gibson. He's going to put a lap there on the Jason Gibson. Is 1 minute and 5 seconds in there behind him. So it's a whole lot of them. It's Densham, Prius and Gibson that Mitchell and Lucchese is going to have to overtake pretty soon.
Yeah, 1.1 second there between the guys there. But Gary, you asked earlier on Masters Elites, top 6, split halfway down the middle. 3 Elites, 3 Masters, all in the top 6.
Bragging rights? It's a boy thing. You don't want to end up on the wrong side of this one. The guys have stated, we think we can now take on the youngsters. We're going to take on the youngsters. Well, today is the day to prove it. The only man proving them wrong right now is, in fact, Byron Mitchell, that leads out on this one. And he's keeping the young guns ahead of the older lads, but not by much. Luke Lucchese is right in there.
So Gibson moved out the way there for Byron Mitchell as he's been lapped there by Byron Mitchell. Luke Lucchese will be the next man to come and put a lap there on Jason Gibson. But where is Luke Lucchese?
Lucchese's dropped off considerably.
Yes,
he's 9 seconds behind Gibson now.
Yeah, he was right on the case there of Byron Mitchell. And there he comes out now. So he is way down the road there from Byron Mitchell. Did he put a wheel out of line? Did he make a mistake? Luke Lucchese, yes he did. He spun the car there in La Source.
Yeah, that was a very rare mistake there from Lucchese. Not a rare mistake, but it just shows you how hard he's pushing. He's trying to catch up to Byron Mitchell, and that's cost him about 9 seconds in this race.
Doesn't have to win the race. He must just go out there and win his class. Willem Botha replay. Willem Botha doing an overtaking maneuver right at the end before you go into the pit lane and losing the tail end of that Dallara.
Jason Gibson trying to stick with the race leader. They got his green machine all off circuit there, but managed to keep out of trouble and not make contact with anybody. But he is currently in that 13th position. No, that's the 15th position for TTH Racing Green. But Luke Lucchese running a little bit wide there as he's trying desperately to try and catch back up to the guys ahead of him. That is Lucchese riding on board there with Corne Briet. 2nd overall for the elites, 3rd overall in the race in the IRSA green machine there, the number 4 car. And behind him, the louder car in the hands still of Jaco Steyn, 4th overall, 2nd in class.
Not much between Briet and Steyn at this point in time. And then Jaco Forster will be the next man. There he comes, Jaco Forster for the team Heap Together Lynx outfit. He is sitting third in his class is Jaco Foster as he chases down Corne Breed and Jaco Stein. Where's Atti Nagel? There he is. That is the next man out there on track. And that combination of Breed, Stein, Foster and Nagel, virtually from the get-go, they've been all over the back of each other. And now joining that group as well is the Gazoo Racing team of Willem Botha. So it is a basic combination of Stein, Foster, Nagel and Botha. These guys are all over the back of each other.
Yeah, in that 9th position, Team Hubert Racing, that's Suisse Hubert out there, 5th in the Masters class, and 9th overall in this race so far. He's about 7 tenths of a second down from the Rico Bala Racing car that you see ahead of him there of Mike Verrier. Mike Verrier in the Rico Bala Racing car ahead there of Suisse Hubert.
Yeah, 6 tenths of a second between the Rico Bala Racing team and the Team Hubert Racing. Make it 4 tenths of a second. So yes, Suisse Hubert is right on the case there of Mike Verrier. The doctor's in the house, but here comes Suisse Hubert. And Mike Verrier trying to cover that line very neatly, and Suisse Hubert is all over him. There is Suisse Hubert riveted to that back wing there of the 45 car of the doc of Mike Verrier. He's all over the back end of that Dallara is Suisse Hubert, and now defensive lines being driven there by Mike Verrier.
Yeah, Dr. Mike Verrier driving very, very defensively, not making it easy for Suisse Hubert. Suisse's car looking beautiful in that old Jordan livery, the Benson & Hedges Jordan livery, as he tries everything he can. He dives left to right, but he stays right up on that case of Dr. Mike Verrier, hoping for a mistake from the doc himself.
Yeah, that is Team Hubert Racing all over the back of Team Rico Bala Racing, 3 tenths of a second, splitting the Rico Bala Racing team from the Hubert Racing team, and it is Suisse Hubert that is crowding that back end there of the Mike Verrier car. He's closing up on him. He is right there on his case now. Surely he's going to make a move somewhere, because they are going through Blanchimont as quick as what they can. It is as quick as it gets through Blanchimont. Now you'll be hard on the brakes for that right-hander, which will take you onto the home straight.
Yeah, there they go into the straight. It is now Dr. Mike Verrier still holding on to that position. What is that? 8th position, with the 9th of Suisse Hubert applying a lot of pressure into La Source. They go. Now they're going to come around turn number 2, heading into Eau Rouge. This set of curb that you see here in the camera shot, that is the start of Eau Rouge. There they're going to go dive in onto that curb, up a Radlion, and down that into the Kemmel Straight. And they're going to attempt. This is the fastest part of the circuit here as they come out onto the Kemmel Straight now.
And here comes Suisse Hubert is there on the outside as they make their way towards Lecombe. Is he going to overtake him on the outside? Yes, he does. He dives right across the bow there of Mike Verrier, and Suisse Hubert takes that position away there from the dock, and Hubert gets himself ahead there of Mike Verrier. So Team Hubert Racing is now ahead there of Team Rico Bala Racing.
Yeah, the Masters battling it out there for 4th and 5th. Then behind him, Duco Racing in the hands of Mario Cowarts. Mario Cowarts still in the car after the first round of pit stops, with Jeff Hancock's in the TTH Racing Red in that 11th position.
So keep an eye there on Suisse Hubert. He's just getting further and further away. There's nearly a second ahead there of Rico Bala Racing's Mike Verrier. There the two of them come through that camera shot now, as he is now busy clearing away there from Mike Verrier is Suisse Hubert, and Mario Cowarts will not be too far behind the combination of Hubert and Verrier.
You can see quite a big gap between the different cameras there. We pick him up on the next camera, so just trying to give you some slightly different views of the different cameras that are out there on track. That is just before the bus stop, and that is back out into the front main. So surprisingly, 37 minutes was the time before the first stops, which was somewhat surprising. And FC also, a lot of the guys not going initially for a drive change. To the best of my knowledge, they were on 100% fuel. Does that mean in general the guys are going to do 2 tanks of fuel around about an hour to an hour 14 if you split it up evenly, with Durant Motorsport, Byron Mitchell for the young guns leading out from that man, Luke Easy.
Yeah, it's interesting to see what strategies the guys will be using here. Remember, a lot of the guys didn't run down all the way down into the bottom end of their tanks, decided to maybe come in a bit earlier, maybe working a bit on tires, but it'll be definitely interesting to see who uses what strategy and when they're going to start doing their driver changes. Let's have a look here what happened to Willem Botha. He's not having a great Sunday out here for the Gazoo Racing team. He's had a couple of offs and another one running a little bit wide. Speaking about offs, Gary, if you have a moment, if you can maybe just bring up the off-track penalties. There we go.
Oh my word, look at that team. Uber Racing FC, 27 errors they have made so far, and Team Pantera Racing, Luke Lequez, has made 24 errors.
Now my question is, for the Enduro, when do they start getting drive-through penalties?
Yeah, that one I don't know, to be honest with you. Maybe Gary's done his homework on that one.
I did, but thanks to old age, I've got it right to forget exactly how it works. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that, as here we go with the passing move. It's Willem Botha on Jaco Forster.
Yeah, Forster just been overtaken there by Willem Botha as they move up. So Willem Botha making his way through now, getting ahead there of Jaco Forster, but Jaco's going to come right back at him again. That you can bet your bottom dollar. There they go through Radion and Eau Rouge. It is as quick as it gets there, these two guys. Willem Botha not getting away. Forster coming right back at him. Will Forster dive? Yes, he does. Up on the inside. They are side by side. And it is going to be Jaco Forster that takes that place right back again there from Willem Botha.
Wow. Well, the young guns and the old hands are now split. First, third.
Oh, it comes back and they touch. Sorry, Gary, I apologize. It was Willem Botha that came right back. He had a lunge there and there was contact, and you can see that Forster not happy with that as he flashed his lights there at Willem Botha.
Yeah, unfortunately, that one, let's have another look at that one.
That's just a lunge.
Yeah, that's not a late dive. That is a genuine lunge. Now, I was just about to say that the top 8 positions are split. One youngster, one master, one elite, one master, and yeah, commentator's curse, it didn't work that way. So the elites are in 1st, 3rd, 6th, 7th, 9th, 11th and 13th positions, and the old hands overall in the race in 2nd, 4th, 5th, 8th and 10th at this stage of the fight.
And 12th.
And 12th as well. Yep, don't forget, let's go and have a look at the back end of the field. Who in fact is that? That's right at the tail end of the field.
Well, as you cross over there to Louis Norquier in the 777 car, we just saw Willem Botha dive into the pits there for Gazoo Racing for another pit stop there. Let's have a look. Yep, there he goes.
Yeah, obviously not happy when he made that lunge and made contact there with Forster. Maybe something not right there in that Toyota hybrid sponsored Gazoo Racing Delara LNP2. That's a mouthful.
Is this going to be where we're going to start seeing driver changes? Look at the length of that first pit straight. You must be dying 1,000 deaths, and you will hear the other cars coming past you as they work their way down towards the source that is on the inside of the source corner, and you haven't even seen your pit box yet. And the guys coming past you now are on their way down towards Radion and Eau Rouge, and only now do you get to the point where there you can see Radion and Eau Rouge, and only now you're getting towards your pit box. It's a long, long, long way.
it's a heartache to sit there and you can't go quicker than your pit limit. You can see on the steering wheel, it says the pit limiter on the Willem Botha car. So yeah, you got to nail that pit limiter, and then you flat out on the accelerator, but because the pit limiter is on, you can stomp that thing right through the floorboards if you like. You're not going to get any quicker than that with Willem Botha still there in the pits.
Yeah, but back to our race leader, Byron Mitchell, 49 Motorsport, is the man to catch out there. Behind him, 13.18 seconds, is Luke Lucchesi, the man that is currently sitting there in first for the Masters class. Then in a third position, second for the Elites, the IRSA green car of Corne Briet. And Jaco Steyn had to take evasive action. He was very late on the brakes there, almost collided there with Briet. And now he's going to come under attack from Nagel and Jaco Forster. As a Forster got past, and Atti Nagel now going to try his best to get around the outside there, but Jaco Steyn fighting back.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what now, Jaco Steyn is in a spot of bother there because he's got Forster ahead of him. He's got Nagel in there behind him, and Atti Nagel is not going to be slow. That I can promise you. Atti Nagel, here they go through Eau Rouge and Radion. Now just keep there with that. You see, you cannot see. It's a complete blind rise there, and that was a lovely shot in car there of Atti Nagel. It is a blind rise. It's an off camber to the left. You place that Delara LNP2 exactly where you need to. Atti will climb on the gas and then hope that the car will adhere to the line that it's supposed to take as they're busy making their way now through Lake Com, and they will drop down towards Bruxelles.
Yeah, down at Bruxelles, into Bruxelles they're going to go now. That is turn number 10. That is the likes of Jaco Steyn, Jaco Forster, Atti Nagel, all of them in there. Those three guys battling it out there from the start of this race already. And it is Forster, Steyn and Nagel in those positions. While they battle it out there, we're 56 minutes into this race, lap number 27. And we're going to sign off for a quick commentator's break. And we'll see you shortly after this.
Well, folks, we're back with you again as we have Luke Lucchese up on screen. So let's go to the front end of the field. That is Byron Mitchell. So thanks very much for all the people sending comments through on our homepage and asking questions. And FC, one of the questions asked there was on that little interview that we had, international commentary. I don't think a lot of people are aware that you've actually done commentary not only internationally on internationals in South Africa, but actually on a different continent.
Yeah, I've done a stint in North America. Had the privilege of commentating some late model racing in the US of A, and I was actually contracted to do the Race of Champions on their second year in Thailand. Unfortunately, that event got cancelled due to protests in the country, which led to Michael Schumacher actually then going to France and go and ski with his family in the Alps. That led to his tragic accident. So that one I unfortunately missed out on due to the protests. But yeah, international credentials in the USA.
Well, I'm happy to say that I've done numerous internationals in South Africa, based mainly on Killarney International Raceway, international events that have been there, and then also on the oval tracks. But I've also had the opportunity to go to England and go to numerous different circuits in England and go and commentate there as well. So a little bit of on the other side of the seas as well. Frankie, you've done numerous international commentary sessions in your 20 years.
Yes, I have. Not numerous, it's only been 3, but yeah, and it's all been here in Cape Town. Not only you and I, Gary, 2017, 2018 and 2019 together with Francois Butler and Greg Maloney did the World Rallycross, but way back in December 99 when the Continental European Super Trucks came down to South Africa. They went to Swartkorps Raceway, and then the following weekend they were at Killarney, and I was part of that team together with the late Brian Peake and Basil Kutzer and also Werner Krichler. We commentated that race event over that weekend, the Saturday and the Sunday, and then before that we had a couple of touring car drivers and their cars. This is about 97, 98. They came down to Killarney International Raceway and did some commentary on them on top of the old Goodyear Bridge. And it was myself together with Brian Peake and his son Derek Peake. We commentated that one. Oh, and of course Basil Kutzer. So yes, I've done a couple of international events, and then also when Chris Liebenberg brought the British drivers and the American drivers to South Africa as well for oval track racing. So just like FC, I've also done a couple of oval track events, but FC had the privilege of actually sitting in a commentary box at an oval track in America doing the commentary there, and of course I have not been that privileged yet.
Well, to you, that's many hours of international commentary, but there's many hours of practice and study and insight and search and go and look for different computer programs and buy different equipment that makes this man, Byron Mitchell, and not only a main circuit racing ace, but also an iRacing ace as well. And he started this race off. In fact, he's done an hour and 7, and given that the first pit stops was probably, if I remember right, between 32 and 37 minutes in when they all dived in, that's probably how long these vehicles can run on a one tank of fuel. So I'm pretty much expecting to see some pit stops coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, definitely. I also think we've got the pit stops lining up pretty soon. I would predict within the next 5 to 7 minutes we'll see that next round of pit stops happen for the guys. But Luke Lucchese, the man that sits there, he's in the second position overall, leading the Masters class in the number 12 Team Pantera Racing Delara LMP2. And right behind him is the IRSA green number 4 car in the hands there of Corne Breed. Corne Breed about, what is that, 28-29 seconds behind Lucchesi. And then it is the car of Team Lauda. Lauda Classic Cars, Jaco Steyn out there in that 4th position overall, 2nd in the Masters class.
Yes, and Atinagel is right there with him. There you see Atinagel making his way out there just behind Jaco Steyn. And then Jaco Forster is also part of that fight as well. And Jaco Forster is still in there. So as I was saying earlier on, that combination of Breed, Steyn, Nagel and Forster, they have literally been on each other's case for virtually an hour and 10 minutes. And something's going to have to give there, because they are crowding each other all the way. Here comes Jaco Forster through right now, and you can see Atinagel visually there ahead of him. There you see the two of them, and there is a Swiss Hubert. He's the next man in there behind Jaco Forster. Is a Swiss Hubert. He's some distance behind Forster. Is a Swiss Hubert. So he'll be climbing on the gas and trying to catch up to that combination pretty soon. We have a replay here at Jaco Forster, and he goes very wide coming out of La Source, and all of a sudden he has got that 88 car right there on his case, and they are side by side. We have a look here at Jeff Hancock's, and Jeff losing the circuit. They've been muscled out the way going there into La Source.
That was a bit of a pinball moment there between them. Let's have a look and see what Louis Norquier did in the 777. Also ran a bit wide. Same spot in La Source there. That seems to be a tricky part of the circuit as the time goes on here for the drivers.
Right,
one of those passing maneuvers that you spoke about, Frankie, that is Mike Verrier that made the move on Mario.
Yeah, well, made the move on him, and then Mario took that position right back again. So a bit of a one-on-one there between Mario Kowos and Mike Verrier. There you see them side by side. Mike is on the left-hand side of your screen. Mario's there on the right-hand side. They were side by side, and Mario just sticks his nose back there ahead of Mike Verrier.
Jaco Forster's also had an off-track. Oh, he went in there very, very hard. Slid it right towards the outside. Question for FC now, how much damage is there on that motor car?
Well, that kind of knock would definitely bend a couple of pieces there on that suspension and steering even. Could possibly even damage the drive shaft to those rear wheels. And I do think you'll see Forster diving into the pits anytime soon now to get that sorted. Otherwise, he's going to lose a whole heap of time.
Yeah, Space Hubert is the next man there. He is chasing down Jaco Forster, but there is Mike Verrier. Mike Verrier is right there behind. Remember, Kowos took that position away, and he is nearly a second ahead there of Mike Verrier is Mario Kowos. So the Doc out there in the Rico Barlow Racing, the Lara LMP2, and he needs to get up onto the back end there of Mario Kowos if he wants to get that position back there from him.
FC, it almost looks like he's overdriving that LMP to try and get back at that position.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's getting to that stage where the drivers, well, Mike did come in a bit later. He came in after the first driver swap in the Rico Barlow racing car. But does fatigue start to play a role? Definitely, especially with the weather we're having here. It's kind of getting a bit warm, and fatigue with the kind of attention that you've got to pay to the racing, and you've got to concentrate so hard. Fatigue can set in so quickly.
I'm watching that team heap together links of Jaco Forster and them, and look there, FC, with the 1 minute and 12 done, they have made 46 errors so far, and we're only approaching an hour 15 minutes.
Yeah, I tried to look on the information exactly when the guys will be getting those drive-through penalties, because there's been quite a few offs. Team Heap Together Links 46, Team IRSA Green 32, Hubert Racing 34, Cheaper Cars 44. So a lot of errors from some of the guys, and they're going to start paying the price here with those drive-through penalties pretty anytime soon.
Well, Team Heap Together, that's at 71 car. They've only made 9 errors up until this point in time, as Matt Densher makes his way into the pit area. Matt Densham making his way in, and Rainier Hubert in the cheapercars.co.za car.
What did I tell you? 5 to 7 minutes. We're going to see the pit stops happening, and it's exactly 7 minutes later. We see the guys start diving into the pits. That's Team Heap together again, cheapercars.co.za, and you'll find that some of the other cars will be diving in pretty soon as well.
Yeah, well, the first round of pit stops came in about 37, 38 minutes into the race. So, yeah, we are about right to start making that second round of pit stops. And here comes Jaco Steyn. So, exactly as you put it there, FC, Jaco Steyn, the second man to make his way down into pit road.
Yeah, he's in that pit lane second for the Masters. He was fourth in the race overall. But as the guys are now going to start passing him at them as he heads down that very long pit lane into the inside of La Source and into the actual pits proper for these LMP2s.
Right, so there is a driver change out there in that 16 car as it starts to make its way out of the pit lane. Jaco Steyn coming back out again there in the Lauda Classic car sponsor. You just see those cars blitz past you on screen, and that's not exactly what Jaco Steyn wants to see right now.
And probably you're going to find this is going to be a driver change with Jaco Steyn handing over to Captain Peter van der Spy.
Yeah, we'll have a look-see now as the 10 car. Here comes Byron Mitchell. Byron Mitchell, that is your race leader for Team Durant Motorsport, making his way into the pit area. Will Luke Lucchese blink? Luke Lucchese, no, he does not. Luke Lucchese keeps on his merry way. Remember, there was quite some distance between the two of them, so he will probably lead class and lead overall. Will Luke Lucchese. There is a Corne Breed, busy making his way through. Corne Breed, he's going to catch up onto Jason Gibson pretty soon. He's not too far behind Jason Gibson in car number 13, and he will have a go at him as Byron Mitchell still slowly making his way towards his pit box.
Yeah, very slowly indeed, Frankie, as Corne Breed starts his lap. But no, he's heading down at that main straight into La Source. Turn number 1 is where he's going to head into now. There he goes, as Byron Mitchell only gets to his pit box right now.
Yeah, so Peter van der Spy is there in that 10 car. Will Luke Lucchese do a driver change? We'll have to look and see, or is he going to keep on going with the hour 16 done? Corne Breed in car number 4 sits P1 in class. Does a Corne Breed for IRSA Racing Green, busy making his way around. And here comes the Team Pantera Racing. Jaco Forster making his way out there in the Team Heap Together Links, making his way into the pit stop, I should say. Byron Mitchell has not changed drivers. Mitchell FC continues.
Well, yeah, that's a bit of a strange one. Byron Mitchell thinks he's got enough left in his personal tank to do another stint. Remember, as Gary said earlier on, you don't have to do equal swap between the drivers or equal stints. If you find that your one driver is faster than the other, you can push ahead. But don't throw away Byron Mitchell's teammate, Yuri Swart.
I was just going to say Umpi Swart. That is a very, very, very dangerous, and I use that word dangerous with respect, i.e. as in dangerous to all the other teams. Remember that Byron Mitchell is also, just like somebody sitting in the commentary booth here, done a double header. Byron Mitchell raced at Killarney International Raceway yesterday in Class S in Formula Libre, and Yuri Swart raced GTI Challenge Class A. We had a lovely dice, especially in Heat 1 with Marco Busi. So these two drivers are coming off a big stint at Killarney International Raceway yesterday.
Yeah, a big stint there, and lovely to see them out on circuit. Let's have a look what's happening here in the pits. Marius Pretorius gets in the car for Team Heap Together Links. Doe Gerber gets in there for TT8 Racing Red. As Marius Pretorius gets out of the pits, Doe Gerber will now join him in the 69 car. But first is the 22 car of Peter Hubert in the Team Hubert Racing Benson and Hedges Jordan colored Delara LMP2.
Yeah, so Swiss handing that 22 car over to Peter, and Stephen Duplessis climbs into that car. He's taken over there from Mario Kowars. So Duplessis in that motor car right now, and Mike Verrier making his way into the pit area. It's a long pit lane for Team Rico Barlow Racing.
Yeah, they've got to go down all that long first part of the straight, but riding on board with your race leader, overall race leader and a class leader for the Masters, Luke Lucchesi for Team Pantera Racing up there in P1. Behind him, it is Team IRSA Green, first for the elites in the number 4 car. That is Corne Breet that is out there, as the rest of the guys all got lapped during that very long pit stop round. But hey, remember, Luke Lucchesi still has to dive into the pits.
Right, so as we keep, here comes Luke Lucchesi. Luke Lucchesi into the pit area, and is this going to be a driver change? He's done an hour and 20. He doesn't need to change drivers. FC, the pit limiter is on there in pit lane. So will Team Pantera Racing make a driver change, or will Luke Lucchesi continue as he makes his way down that long pit lane? It's a boring part of that pit lane, the first part, until you work your way through on the inside of La Source.
Yeah, but the guys now that make their way out onto the circuit, they haven't had much chance. They had to sit and watch the racing here as Peter Hubert then gets caught out there and puts that Delara into a spin. Luke Lucchesi in the pits now. If he does do a driver change, even then the drivers have to be very wary, because together with Luke, his driving partner is one of the fastest guys out there in the Masters series, and that is Francois Hubert. So we'll have to see if Francois gets in the car or if Luke is staying.
Well, that's a good driver car combination. Remember, Francois Hubert in the iRacing Master Series, he won Season 2, and he is in the top 3 at this point in time in Season 3 with the likes of Luke Lucchesi and Johan Fourie, as Corne Breet brings that 4 car down the pit lane. Corne Breet, and there's somebody else coming in there behind him. That's the 88. That's Nagel. That's making his way down the pit lane.
Yeah, Ati Nagel that is in there as well. But as the guys now dive into the pits, we're just going to say goodbye for a short while we take a commentary break.
Well, folks, here we go. We're back with you again. The Sujean Properties 6-hour event from the iconic Spa Francorchamps. The man that's been leading out all along from Durant Motorsport, Byron Mitchell. And his mentor, his main man, his boss, his connection, his best friend, the man that helps him with his motorsport, Garth de Villiers, online with us. Garth, good day to you, the latest from Durant Motorsport.
Hi guys. Yeah, from the race engineer seat here, we're leading out the race at the moment, 17.7 seconds from car number 12, and there's quite a strategic battle going on, which probably isn't that evident from your side, but car number 12 is stretching out the stints to 19 lap stints, which means they will have an 8-stop strategy, which will save them about 72 seconds in the overall race pace. So we're trying to stretch out a lead greater than 72 seconds to give us that pit stop in hand, and we're getting now to 4 hours 27 minutes to go. So in the next 4 hours and 27, we've got to pull out a lead of 72 seconds in order to make that pit stop right at the end.
Wow, that gets kind of hectic. So are you saying basically that 17.8 difference that there is at the moment now is because Luke and them are actually trying to, you can't really call it coast and save fuel, but they are trying to run light.
Yeah, they're actually lift and coast at the end of the main straights. They're trying to save fuel. So if you look at their pit strategy, currently they're doing 19 laps per stint, and our strategy has got us on 18 laps per stint. So over 6 hours, that means potentially they could do one stop less than us. And with such a long pit lane at Spa, we've got a 47-second pit lane. So that will add up, and we put some fuel in as well, 72 seconds. So, but having the strategy is one thing, and running the strategy is another. So it's.
Well, they're lucky to have the Garth de Villiers there in the background. Talk to us about tyres. Where does the tyre factor come into this?
Well, tyres is critical, because the more tyre stops you have to do, the more time it takes. I think it's 22 seconds for a tyre stop. And if you can use one less set of tyres, then obviously you're going to save 22 seconds in your overall pit stops. But Byron currently is on he's triple stinting his tyres, and the car is absolutely critical at the moment. If you notice how much the car is moving around on track, it literally takes extreme skill to drive at this pace that they're driving at the moment. And hats off to car number 12, because they are also triple stinting their tyres right now, and they are almost matching our pace, and Luke Lukashi currently in the car doing a fantastic job back there.
There's no doubt that Luke Lukashi, he had a spin as well, which did take a bit of time out, but we know how blindingly quick he can be. On our original entry sheet, we had the Byron Mitchell alongside Yuri Umpi Swart. Is Umpi going to be taken over next time into the pits from Byron?
Yeah, well, the Durant Motorsport running 2 cars in endurance. We've got the 9 car and the 10 car, and Umpi will be filling one of those seats over the course of the series, and our 4th driver probably also make an appearance at some other time as well.
Awesome stuff. Well, folks, there we go. That is the race engineer for that car that you see up front there right now. Byron Mitchell, as we said, triple stinting, and looks like it's going to become very interesting in terms of how the pit stops is going to play out in the long run. The other question, Garth, before you go, the young guns against the old hands. It was always the young guns that cleaned up. It looks like there's a lot more competition from the old hands now.
Oh yes, the Masters drivers, as we refer to them, are coming on leaps and bounds. We've got some very quick Masters drivers in South Africa. We've got Johan Fourie and Michael Stevens that are probably not that active on the endurance series, but in terms of pace, they're still masters drivers, and they've got pace that can rival these youngsters. But ultimately, at the end of the day, the youth is going to win, whether it is by 0.1 or 0.05. The youth is always going to be quicker and more consistent over the distance. So, is what it is.
Nice to hear that you're confident with your young gun, Byron Mitchell, out there. Thanks very much for the tinkle, Garth, and we will definitely have a chat with you later on during the course of this race. The Sujean Properties 6-hour from Spa-Francorchamps. It will be going on until 8 o'clock this evening. And folks, the voice that you just did there is Garth de Villiers from Durant Motorsport, the race engineer behind Byron Mitchell. And in fact, that car that you've been watching on screen while that chat is on the go is in fact Byron Mitchell, and he is stretching out his lead now from Luke Lucchese. But Frankie, as you heard, Luke Lucchese is definitely, well, he's triple stinting, not only tires but driving at the moment. And as we heard from Garth, they're obviously looking at the telemetry of the other cars and saying that these guys are trying to eke out just one extra lap on every single tank of fuel, and that with a 40-second odd in and out of the pits turnaround time. That is the different strategies between the Luke Lucchese outfit out there and Byron Mitchell. But in the not too distant future, they're going to have to hand over to their teammates, Frankie.
Yeah, you can see that Byron Mitchell and Luke Lucchese, not only are they still sitting in P1 and P2, but they're now well in between the back markers. As a matter of fact, Mitchell has put a lap there on Doug Gerber, and Luke Lucchese will be the next man to catch Doug Gerber. Stephen Duplessis will be the next victim for Byron Mitchell, and then Lucchese will have to get past him as well. And they've gone past Johan Engelbrecht, Hanman, Lazarus, and Cameron Nell at this point in time. So clearly, our two leaders of Durant Motorsport and Team Pantera Racing, they are well FC in between those back markers right now.
Oh yeah, well in between them. And then the next group to come through would be Team iRacing South Africa Green. That is Corne Breet, that's also still in that car. He's also done the stint so far from the start of this race. Almost 1 hour 40 minutes there behind the wheel for Corne Breet in that third position, and second in class with Team iRacing South Africa Red in that fourth overall position, and third in class in the elite class with Zach Forster, now the man behind the wheel of that 88 car.
Keeping an eye on the leaderboard there, I see that the 71 car of Team Heap Together has just made its way back out onto the circuit again. That is the 71 car, but we keep an eye here. Team Dynacore is also busy making their way out of the pits as we watch Zach Forster in that 88 car, and he is sitting third overall in his class. He's Forster with the IRSA Racing Red. The replay here at Andre Steenkamp. We have a look at him. Wham! Bam! Thank you, ma'am. He stepped out of line. He put two wheels on the curb, on the dirt, and that just spat himself, that spat the car just to the left-hand side of the circuit, and as hard as it gets into that Armco barrier.
I was about to say that looked like it was a brilliant save after he made a bit of a blunder. But then who else is that in the pits? That's Andre Steenkamp that just had the off, that he's now gone into the pits there to fix that damage.
And you see that 71 that we just spoke about, busy making its way out of the pits. There is a Zach Forster in the 88 car, and Cameron Nell in that 16 car for Team Heap Together. What happened here to Nell? Turns it in and does a swapper on him right there at the pit entrance.
I think that was the fastest somebody's ever found reverse in one of these cars. Just got out of the way in time. There is Cameron Nell in the number 16 car there for Team Heap Together again.
So Zach Forster sitting third in class. He'll be targeting Jason Gibson. Still quite some distance between himself and Gibson. Zach Forster there in that 88 car. So as we have a look at the individual groups, the Masters and the Elite, it's Team Pantera Racing that is out there in a P1, and that of course is Lucchese. And then the number 10 car that's in there in second position, that is Peter van der Spey, Captain Peter van der Spey for Team Lauda Classic Cars. Then third overall in the Masters, Team Hubert Racing, a 22 Dallara of Peter Hubert, that's losing the circuit slightly there. Then the 45 car, Team Rico Bala Racing, that's Sander Bakari, took over there from Dr. Mike Verrier. P5 in that class is the Gazoo Racing outfit, car number 3, that's Engelbrecht, the one that took over there from Willem Botha. And then the cheaper cars.co.za outfit of Hammer Lazarus, sitting 6 overall in class. And then the 777 Team Dynacore, that's at the back of the field there, and that is Andre Steenkamp, that is in the FC, the elite class.
Yeah, the elite class there, we've got Durant Motorsports, Byron Mitchell leading this race, and like Grant and them said earlier on, they are trying to gain as much time ahead of the rest of the field there to make up that 72 seconds that they might be behind by the end of this race if a Team Pantera Racing does not have to pit again. In P2 for the elites, IRSA Green, Corne Breed sitting in that second place in class for the elites. In third place, IRSA Red with Zach Foster in the 88 car taking the charge in that third position. Then in fourth place in the elite class, Team Heap Together Lynx, that is Marius Pretorius that is now putting in the laps there in the number 7 car, with the Duco Racing car in fifth place there in the hands of Stephen Duplessis in that beautiful looking color scheme car, that grey to black color schemed Duco Racing car of Stephen Duplessis. Doe Gerber in there in sixth place for TTH Racing Red in the number 69 car, with the TTH Racing Green team in that 7th position in the car number 16. That is Cameron Nell. And then in the last position there for the elite class, Team Heap Together, number 71, that is Stephen Koenig.
Yeah, Koenig has just stepped into that motor car right now in that 71 car as he makes his way around. He's just got into it, and you can see cold tires probably. Got to get used to the track, and he turns himself around there, does Stephen Koenig. And coming through there on his inside is the 12 car of Luke Lucchese.
Yeah, a bit of off track here for Andre Steenkamp. He had to jump on the brakes there when he got stuck there behind one of the cars ahead of him going into that corner, and it's just not coming together for Steenkamp. Let's have a look what did Captain Pete do in La Source. Ran a bit wide there in the number 10.
A bit of track limits there for Peter van der Spey. A replay again here at Andre Steenkamp in the 777. Turns it into the left-hander. It's going to turn around on him. Goes through. So far, so good. And it could it just be possible track limits? Yeah, it might have been track limits. That will obviously count as an error. And here comes Stephen Koenig. We see him once again, but back to the man that sits out there in P1, Byron Mitchell for Durant Motorsport, and he's going to be closing ever so quickly there to make the move on Stephen Duplessis.
Let's have a look and see here what Peter Hubert did in this race as he goes through that corner. Oh, just gets the tail end to step out, and we've seen numerous drivers have that happen to at the exit of that corner. That's when you put the power down just a little bit too hard, too quickly, and then that tail end wants to swap ends with the front.
So Peter Hubert getting himself going again. Hard contact there with the wall. Right, so we're back to real time once again as Peter Hubert makes his way into the pit lane in that B&H Jordan color scheme on that Dallara of his. Peter Hubert in that 22 car. He pits out of 4th position in class.
Yeah, that is because of the accident that he had there. Is Peter Hubert diving into the pits and dropping way down from that 4th position where he was. But back on board with your race leader, Byron Mitchell, in the Durant Motorsport car. He is 19 seconds ahead of Luke Lucchese in that 2nd position, and first in class for Pantera Racing in the Masters class.
Yeah, and he is not too far behind Sandro Bakari, as a matter of fact. Sandro Bakari in that number 3 car as he goes around. There's Luke Lucchesi. Luke Lucchesi, the team Uber Racing. Well, that is the car we just saw in the pit lane. That's that yellow 22 car. As we keep an eye here on Luke Lucchesi, sitting second overall and first in class is Luke Lucchesi for Team Pantera Racing. As Zach Foster, well, this is going to be good stuff. Zach Foster busy making, he's putting a lap there on the 13 car. That car's been lapped once or twice, and also I see it's a replay, so I think he has had a little bit of a off-track excursion, as in off limits, all 4 wheels off the tarmac.
Yeah, and that is also what those X's next to each team name says. That is the amount of times they've actually had transgressions where they've crossed the white line around the circuit with all 4 wheels. And it would be interesting to see when the guys start getting penalized for those. But let's have a look at the top speeds. Who is the fastest guy out there? And the fastest so far, Rico Barlow Racing. That is Sandro Bakari and Mike Verrier.
Yeah, those master drivers are absolutely pedaling their way around. And then it is Team IRSA Racing Green with a, no, it's not, it's the 16 car teamed heaped together again, 295 k's an hour, and then IRSA Racing Green 294.
Keeping in mind, FC, that is top speeds, which means you're probably running less downforce than the other guys, and that's why you're getting that higher top speed on the longer and probably the downhill straights through the long sweeps.
Yeah, less downforce, less drag as well, and that will allow you to get that top speed along that long straight there, the Kimmel Straight. But let's have a look here. Peter Hubert still making his way down the pit lane and only getting to his pit box right about now.
Right, so Peter van der Spey, replay here at Captain Pete, busy working his way around as Corne Breed is right on there on the case of that the 16 car. He's going to put a lap there on him as they work their way around that 16 car. That is the louder car. Now, so it's a 10 car, apologize. That's the louder car that they're busy catching right now. There's he goes down, and then that 16 car right in there behind him.
Yeah, the two of them battling it out there. Peter van der Spey and Cameron Null there behind him in the 16 car. Then Marius Pretorius. That is a battle there between van der Spey and Pretorius. And then Stephen Duplessis behind them. But Peter van der Spey in that louder car now instead of Jaco Steyn. And still riding a very good race there. Second overall in the Masters class.
Peter van der Spey just made the move on him here. Here is Sandro Bakari coming through. Sandro Bakari is third in class in that 45 outfit. And he is doing pretty well out there for the Rico Barlow Racing team in the Masters category out there in that 45 car, as we keep an eye now on that number 3 Toyota Gazoo Racing outfit. That is Johan Engelbrecht. He stepped into that car when Willem Botha stepped out of that number 3 Dallara, working his way now through La Source and then up towards Radiar and Eau Rouge and the Kemmel Straight. So he's lying 4th overall in car number 3, 4th in class.
Yeah, 4th in class there. Then the 5th in class cheaper cars.co.za, Herman Lazarus. He's out there in car number 1. The very familiar baby blue of cheaper cars.co.za, 5th in class there for the Masters Series, with Team Hubert in car number 22 lying in that 6th place, and Team Dynacor bringing in that car in the hands of Andre Steenkamp in the 777 car in 7th position.
Yeah, he sits out there in P7, does Andre Steenkamp in the Team Dynacor car, and he is 2 laps down in his class on the other 6 teams there ahead of him. There's Luke Lucchesi. Luke Lucchesi 15 seconds behind Sandro Bakari, as he's now pulling away from the man that he lapped, Dougerbe. He's 7 seconds ahead there of Dougerbe is Luke Lucchesi. So now Lucchesi plumb center in the middle of all those back markers. He has to clear Bakari and then Pretorius to attempt to catch up with Byron Mitchell, but by the time he clears those two back markers, Mitchell would have been on a run and moving further and further down the road.
Starting to actually wonder if Byron Mitchell and Luke Lucchesi have got something on this evening. They almost 2 hours that they've been behind the steering wheel and still running very, very strong. Now, remember when we spoke to Garth de Villiers, the head honcho of Durant Motorsport, he said that the car is starting to get kind of skittish under Luke Lucchesi, and he's actually very impressed that Luke's been able to carry the pace that he has, and they are also short shifting and coasting at the end of the longer high-speed straights to be able to get into a situation where they do one less pit stop. Either way, it's kept them in a very, very strong position, and in that second vehicle in that class is in fact Peter van der Spey in the Lauda team.
There's Peter van der Spey busy making his way around. The Captain Pete sitting second there in a class behind the Pantera Racing team and ahead there of the Rico Bala Racing. So Peter van der Spey has got Jason Gibson in there ahead of him, one of the back markers, and he's going to try and put a lap on. He has already dealt with Cameron Nell, and you'll be going after Gibson at this point in time. There's Sandro Bakari. Sandro Bakari in that 45 car working his way around, and 13 seconds behind him is your man that leads the Masters class, second overall, and that is Luke Lucchesi. So Luke Lucchesi will be closing down on him as Peter van der Spey works his way into pit lane.
I was about to say, while you guys were commentating on that, I picked up that Herman Lazarus was actually the first guy to dive into the pits, and now does Peter van der Spey as well. It is right about that time now, at an hour 52 minutes, that they have to start diving in for that next round of pit stops.
I think FC you must become another Garth de Villiers. You seem to have it all waxed well. Work this one out. Byron Mitchell.
Yes.
Eventually.
Yeah, he's back in the pits now, and that means we're going to probably see Luke Lucchesi eke out another lap or two from that stint and from those tires, and you will definitely see tire changes from the guys now. Like I said, they're triple stinting, and that the tires have worn down to basically almost onto the canvas now, where they're sliding around, and that the car is not giving you any kind of grip whatsoever. So they'll start changing tires in this round of pit stops
Frankie,
as well.
and the driver change?
I was just going to say, will Mitchell hand over to Swart, and will Lucchesi hand over to Francois Hubert? That we're going to find out now. Does Mitchell continue? Does Lucchesi continue? Those are the questions. We'll have the answers very soon.
So Peter van der Spey is in fact still in the pit lane as well, and then we also have Dougerbe that has gone into the pit lane, which means that as we expected, Luke Lucchesi has gone to the front end of the field, and well, how do you compete with the guys at this level? Luke Lucchesi, does he do the driver swap? Surely he's not going to be going out again.
Well, FC, you never know. These guys do just what they want. If they feel they've got the pace, remember, there's no rule and regulation and law that says after so many minutes or whatever, a certain period of time that you have to change. You can change whenever you like. So obviously, within the teams, they would have decided who races first, second, and, well, in this case, only first and second. There is no 3 and 4 drivers. And they will determine who goes out first, who qualifies, and who stays in the car the longest. So obviously they've got it all waxed there between them. As you have a look at Jason Gibson, that's a replay of the 13 Dallara of Jason Gibson, and onto the grass, over the track, and into the car park.
That's an interesting line, I must say.
I never mind the corners, we just go straight through.
It's very original. There's not even a camera that's set up to pick up cars there. In fact, that's the first serious overrun in that last corner that we have seen, that being turn 19 and 20, which is by the entrance. He's running very slow. He's running very, very slow. That, in fact, was by the entrance to the pits. But we've got more people that have come into the pits. Stephen Duplessis is one of them, and the other one is Marius Pretorius. So our second gear crew chief, tell us, when do you think Luke Lucchese is going to be hitting the pit lane?
Well, I think you will find that the next time Luke Lucchese does come out, if what the other guys say is true, and that they're trying to get at least one extra lap in on every stint.
Make that two.
There we go. So they're going to try and push this even more. Lucchese might feel that he's got enough grip in the tires that can give him some good lap time, but the question is, does he have enough fuel to give him enough laps there to eke out as much as he can? At the end of the day, they're looking at a 72-second gap that Team Durant will need to win the race overall if they want to beat Lucchese. And at this stage, Lucchese seems to be running very, very well to make that mark happen, to do one less pit stop by the end of this race.
But remember, that's what Luke Lucchese is doing. Can his teammate carry the same pace, Frankie, and then also be able to save enough fuel that they actually do save that one pit stop towards the end?
Well, I think they can. We all know how quick Francois Hubert is, and he didn't win the second series of the iRacing Master Championships for nothing. Remember, we've had 3 series so far. Johan Fourie won the first one, Francois Hubert won the second one, and Johan Fourie won the third one. The fourth one has currently been led by Luke Lucchese, and he, of course, is the teammate, Francois Hubert, of Luke Lucchese. So in the Master Series, Luke is leading currently, and Francois has won a championship already. So to answer your question, yes, Francois Hubert is quick enough to hang in there with Lucchese, and he's got enough experience that they can do that fuel saver.
Also keep in mind, Francois Hubert's driving style a lot smoother than Lucchese. Lucchese is using a very aggressive style, so he might even actually be able to push those tires a little bit further and be a little bit easier on fuel as well.
Well,
sorry, Gad, you can actually just elaborate. Sorry to interrupt you there, but to elaborate on what FC just said, Ayrton Senna, Alain Prost, Francois Hubert would be the professor in his driving style, and Lucchese would be more the
100%, 100%.
Attack and win at all costs.
Well, so let's have a quick look there while we're looking at the elites. That is the last lap times that have been done. Now that lead team that we've got there, being Corne Breed behind the steering wheel, did a 207.367. In there behind that was Zach Forster, who has now gone into the pit lane. So he was actually notably quicker. On a 209 was the Durant Motorsport car. And look who is behind the steering wheel there. It's not Umpi Swart. It is, in fact, Jason Coetzee.
Jason Coetzee, the man being substituted in there for Umpi. I did pick up something that he said that Durant Motorsport is currently running 2 cars in the series, and they might be giving Umpi Swart a chance later on in the series to make his bow in the class. But Jason Coetzee, the man that has gotten the nod today to pilot this number 9 car alongside Byron Mitchell.
The, in fact, original listing was for Umpi Swart to be in there with Byron Mitchell. But a big thanks to Garth Villiers for doing the crossing with us.
Lucchese in the pit lane. Lucchese in the pit lane.
Right, so is this now he hands over to Francois Hubert? We'll have a look and see. 2 hours has elapsed and 58 laps has been done by Luke Lucchese for Team Pantera Racing. So yes, the original sheet says that Yuri Umpi Swart is supposed to be in that car, but the Ironman Jason Coetzee, who by the way, just like Umpi Swart, even though Umpi isn't in there this one today, has also done a stint at Killarney. He never had such good luck yesterday. He did, I think, 2/3 of the opening GTI Challenge race and then retired that car. We never saw him out for the second race, but yes, he was also pretty busy yesterday as Zach Forster brings the 88 car out onto the circuit, and he is sitting 3rd in class for the elite team, which is drivers 16 up until 39.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay here with Mike Verrier in the 45 car. He got back in there, getting it all wrong at the exit of that corner at the last pit stop. Him and
Took over from Sandra Bakari.
yeah, Sandra Bakari did a swap once again. So there we go. Dr. Mike back behind the wheel of that car. Ooh, somebody makes a very late corner. Breed decides very, very late that maybe I should pit.
Yeah, maybe not. Yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, no, yes. And then into the pit lane he goes and almost takes a nose off one of the other drivers out there. But yes, so it is not Umpi Swart according to our list. It is the Iron Man, young Jason Kutsia, that is there in that 9 car. Yes, I do know that they've got 2 cars. I've seen them out last year in the endurance race, and the cars look exactly identical. FC, one is the 9 car and one is the 10 car. That 10 car is not racing today. It's only the 9 car, and it is Mitchell and Kutsia, and that is the man you see there as Corne Breed works his way down the pit road towards his pit box.
Keep in mind that Corne Breed is lying, in fact, second in class while they go into the pit lane. The next man in class there is, in fact, this car, and that is in the hands of Zach Foster. Now, if you look at the lap times there, Zach did a 2:10. It was the IRSA green that was notably quicker. That's now in the pits. That did a 2:03. In fact, was the Durant Motorsport time. A 2:13, but that's with including going into pit lane, so that's not an accurate reproduction of exactly how quick the lap was, or was it, when you go into the pit lane itself.
So 3 hours and 57 minutes left, FC.
Yeah, still a little bit to go.
And
But
we're going to take a short breather, and we'll be back with you soon. A big thanks to Sujean Properties for the 6 hour of Spa.
Well, folks, good afternoon to you one and all, and welcome back to the Sujean Commercial Landlords 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. Those of you that have missed the beginning, there are two classes. There's the elite class and then the masters class, under 40 years of age, over 40 years of age. And, well, we are quite a distance already into the race so far. Our commentators for today is Frankie Yennis and FC Nivot. And Frankie, let's get back to the battle per class at this stage of the fight, starting off with the elite class. What is the elite? That's the under 40 years of age, and that is in fact the Ironman Jason Kutsia that's taken over from Byron Mitchell, that leads out overall and first in the elite class.
Well, Jason got that name, the Iron Man, from karting. A young man that was just never, ever, ever going to give up. He was going to hang in there. He was going to fight nail and tooth, as the saying goes, to win. And that is where that nickname came from. Never give up, never die. And he is the man that is sharing this car with Byron Mitchell and Jason behind the wheel for Team Durant Motorsport. And they're sitting out there in P1. Second in the elite is the Team IRSA Racing Red of Zach Foster. That is the man that's behind the wheel of that 88 Dallara. All the cars are Dallara LMP2s, the P217s. Third is the IRSA Racing Green, and that is Mr. Raymond Duggan. That is in there. In that car. Those are first, second and third in the elite. Further down in the elite, in fourth position, is the Duco Racing outfit, and currently that is Stephen Duplessis that is driving that Dallara around that track. Then in P5 is the Team Heap Together Lynx, and Maurice Pretorius is the man that is driving that car at this point in time. Then in P6 is the TTH Racing Red Dallara number 69, and Doug Harber is the man that is campaigning out there at this point in time in that Dallara of his. P7 for TTH Racing Green is the number 13 car, and Cameron Nell is the man that is he's in P8. That is Nell, and he is there in car number 16. And then the last car on the track for Team Elite is the 71 car Team Heap Together, and currently behind the wheel there is Stephen Koenig.
Well, let's have a look at the other class that we have out there, the Masters class, and that is the man that is leading out, Francois Joubert. And well, Francois Joubert could not possibly go wrong with the first man that was in that car that we watched earlier on today, FC.
Yeah, Francois Joubert picking up where Luc Lucchesi left off, and he is in that first position for the Masters class. Behind him, car number 10 there, the louder car of the likes of, we had Jaco Steyn in the car earlier, and I think it is Peter van der Spey that's in that car right now in the number 2 car. Yeah, there we go. Peter van der Spey in the number 10 car. Then in that third position, Team Joubert, the 22 car. That is okay, we are up into the elites now. Team Joubert, there we go. Peter Joubert, that is the number 22 car in the Masters series, with Gazoo Racing in the number 3 car in that fourth position. That is Johan Engelbrecht. Earlier on we had Willem Botha out there in that number 3 car. Now, fifth position in the Masters, Rico Barlow Racing. That is Mike Verrier taking over from Sandro Bakari. He's in the 45 car in that fifth place, with the cheapercars.co.za car of Herman Lazarus. And who else is with him in that team? That is Rainier Joubert, but it is Lazarus in the car right now. And then Team Dynacore at the back end of that class, the 777, in the hands of Andres Steenkamp and Louis Norquier, with Steenkamp in the car at this moment.
Oh, Frankie Steenkamp said he's 1 or 2 offs here and there, but it looks like Andrew Barber has just had an incident as well.
Yeah, Andrew Barber out there in that 13 car. That's a replay of Barber and gets a tail stepping out there, coming out of that right-hander. Lucky not to hit the wall. There you've got to be careful. That apron has got a bit of an embankment to it, and if you beach that car, although I don't think you should be able to beach these P217s, but if you do, then you're stuck there. Luckily they can hit the escape button and make their way back to the pit. Johan Engelbrecht,
Position
is that
change.
the move for position? Yes, it is. And Engelbrecht moves ahead there and takes that position away there.
Yeah, Johan Engelbrecht managed to get past there. Let's have a look. We're back in real time with Andre Steenkamp in the 777 as he starts his next lap. He goes up that left and then that right sweeper into Eau Rouge and Radillon. And then he's going to go around that turn number 6 into the Kemmel Straight.
Down the Kemmel Straight, Andre Steenkamp goes, working his way towards Lecom. There is Lecom ahead of Steenkamp as he turns in to Lecom. Then he'll drop down towards Bruxelles. Talking about Andre Steenkamp as he makes his way towards Bruxelles. That's Bruxelles he's going through right now. A couple of weeks ago in the Racing Master Series, when they raced the Formula 1 cars, the Lotus 79s, he did extremely well and he finished 3rd overall in that race for that event. He normally campaigns in the car that's all black, and we call that vehicle the Batmobile. Well, that's not the Batmobile today, that's for sure. And he is currently lying 7th there in the Masters category for Team Dynacorp.
Yeah, they are in fact FC 2 laps down, and that is due to damage on the motor car earlier on. Wow, a 2:03 just been done by that 3rd place team. That's very, very quick. And it was in fact Andre Steenkamp that had off and then had to go into the pits and have the car repaired, and that was the reason why they found themselves now 2 laps down from the rest. If you look at the elite class, everybody's still on the lead lap. Seems almost impossible after 2 hours 18 as Steenkamp brings it back into the pits.
Yeah, Andre Steenkamp diving back into the pits, but as Gary says, yeah, everybody's still on that lead lap, and that is quite a feat as these guys are all super quick out there. But just look at this. I get such a cramp in my heart every time we ride on board with somebody down the pit lane, because it takes forever. And I can just imagine what must be going through a driver's mind when they realize, damn it, I've got to go into the pits now. Please, can I be spared this long pit lane?
I think that's more or less the time you can just basically blink your eyes and move around in the seat and just take it easy for a bit. But yeah, you don't want to be in there too long. But yes, that is the nature of that pit lane for endurance racing, and it is a very, very long pit lane. Right, overall, it is a Durant Motorsport, Jason Kutsia, that sits out there in P1, and he is 14 seconds behind Raymond Duggan. That is the man that is going to catch next. Then you see Francois Hubert out there in that 12 car, first in class and second overall, and his victim to lap will be Marius Pretorius a bit later on, although he'll probably get there quicker than what we think he's going to get there. Zach Foster will be catching Herman Lazarus shortly. He's about 17 seconds behind Lazarus at this point in time, and he's at second in class for IRSA Racing Red.
Yeah, then in that 4th overall position is the louder car of Peter van der Spey. That is second in class for the Master Series, but 4th overall there with Captain Pete flying very, very high there in that number 10 car in that 4th position. Then in 5th place and 3rd for the elite class, that is Team IRSA Green with Raymond, or as we say, Mr. Raymond Duggan.
Yeah, he likes to call himself Mr. And in the Master Series, Luke Lucchese likes to call himself Mr. Luke Lucchese. Right then, Stephen King, he's the man out there in the, Duco Racing, that's Stephen Duplessis. out there in a car number 5, and he's sitting 4th overall in a class is Duplessis.
I wanted to say, Frankie, I know some of the drivers think the 6-hour race is a horror show, but I didn't know Stephen King raced cars as well.
Well, for the guys that are battling out there, it's a horror show.
Riding on board there with Peter Hubert for Team Hubert Racing in car number 22. He is 3rd overall for the Masters and 6th overall in this race, with the number 3 car of the Gazoo Racing team there in that 4th position, with Johan Engelbrecht filling in the shoes there in the current driving duties as he makes his way around the circuit.
Then Team Heap Together Links is the next car out there, and they are sitting 5th in a class. That is Marius Pretorius, sitting a 5th in class in the Team Heap Together Links.
Behind that team, it's the Team Try Hard Racing Red in that 6th position for the elite class. They're currently in that 6th position for elite, and is that 10th position? Yeah, 10th position overall in this race, followed by Rico Barlow Racing. That is a Mike Verrier, Dr. Mike in the 45 car, currently P11, and a 5th in the Masters, followed by cheapercars.co.za in car number 1 with Herman Lazarus.
Yeah, and then we've got the TTH Racing Green. That's the next car out there. That is car number 13, as we see Andrew Barber out there in that number 13 car. And then Team Heap Together again. That is the 16 car, the 8th in class, and that is Cameron Nell out there. And then we've got the 71 of Team Heap Together, and they are a lap down and sitting 9th in class, and that is Stephen Koenig. And then the last car out on track, 7th in class, a 777, 3 laps down, Team Dynacore of Andre Steenkamp.
Well, let's have a look here and see what happened to Andre Steenkamp. Into La Source, ran wide, got it on the curb and parked it almost sideways up onto that second straight as you head up towards Eau Rouge. That is what's taken Andre Steenkamp out there. But Frankie, I can't help as we watch Stephen Koenig here. Let's have a look what he did. Into the pit lane goes Stephen Koenig there. Yeah, there goes Stephen Koenig very, very slowly into pit lane. But I can't help but feel bad for the likes of Andrew Barber and Jason Gibson, because unfortunately in motorsport you do have your superstitions, and I am a very superstitious man. He's got the number 13 on his car, on a car that's painted completely green, and unfortunately those are all both two bad luck things to put on your car or on your race car in motorsport. Green paint and the number 13.
I wouldn't say so much the number 13, but definitely green. There's an old saying, don't spray a racing car any form of green, it's not going to work. But then, yeah, he does have white on that car as well. But yes, it's majority green.
Well, even if there's just one green sticker on there. I remember when we stuck Gary's Golf, and that's Cameron Null that goes and does a bit of farming out in the sand trap. Very expensive plow that they've got there in the form of a Delora LMP2.
Yeah, but that 69 car flashed lights at him and said, listen, I'm here, and I don't quite know if that distracted him or not. And he went farming there. Peter Hubert in pit lane, Gary.
Hubert that's gone into pit lane, and he has now obviously dropped down one position already because of going into the pit lane. So, this 40 odd seconds, it's big. It's massive. Can that tactic that was spoken about by Durant Motorsport with Luke Lucchese doing the opening stint and as they call coast, I don't know how you do 2 minutes and 2 seconds around this course and you're actually coasting at the end of the straight. But the question remains, can they go just 1 or 2 laps on there was once they actually got 2 laps extra in, did Luke Lucchese. So going to be interesting to see if they can carry that one through. The man presently in that motor car now is Francois Hubert. And let's have a look at the last lap times that have been done And well, there you can see a 2:03, but it's the Durant Motorsport car of the Ironman, Jason Kutsia, that has just posted the fastest lap out there.
Yeah, 2:01.894 by Kutsia in Team Durant Racing. So, Francois Joubert will be coasting up to Johan Engelbrecht pretty soon to slap a lap there on the number 3 car that is third in class as well. And he will be getting, he's only 1.4 behind Johan Engelbrecht. So, Francois Joubert is catching Engelbrecht very quickly. As a matter of fact, there you can see them on the same screenshot.
Yeah, so Francois Joubert, the man in that first position for Pantera Racing in the Masters Series. And ahead of him, we've got the likes of Johan Engelbrecht, who's 1.13 seconds ahead of him. In class, he's actually starting to catch him to put a lap on the third place man in that class. There is Johan Engelbrecht, who's being caught there by Francois Joubert. Just look at him closing down that number 3 car, the Gazoo Racing car of Johan Engelbrecht, in trouble as the class leader starting to catch him.
Right on his case there, so Engelbrecht certainly will know that Francois Joubert is on his way, 0.6 of a second now behind him, as we have a replay at Peter Joubert. And Peter Joubert, what happened here? Does it step out of line? Yeah, you can't go onto that curb. It's got a bit of a rise on it, and it will do that to you if you go onto that red and white banked curbing.
That in fact is the same spot FC where we saw Captain, no, it was Mike Berrier that did the exact same thing, but didn't touch the wall that hard and carried on. He didn't do an undue pit stop at that stage of the fight, so I think that worked pretty much in his favor.
Yeah, but touching that wall will make you very, very anal, I would say. But let's have a look and see here. Francois Joubert leading the Masters series, or the Masters class in Team Pantera Racing. He's got now he's gotten past Johan Engelbrecht, and he's also got Marius Pretorius and Andrew Barber behind him. But Stephen Duplessis, the next man ahead there of Francois Joubert, 26 seconds up the road.
Yeah, he's going to, but you know what, that 26 seconds is going to go pretty quick, because he's a lot quicker than what Duplessis is at this point in time, as he makes his way through that chicane and onto the main straight, working his way down to turn 1 La Source, as Francois Joubert works his way into La Source. There is Peter van der Spey, and he sits there behind Zach Foster and ahead there of Raymond Duggan in that 10 car, sitting in second position in class for the Lauda Classic car team. Does Peter van der Spey in that 10 Delara.
Well, let's have a look who are the biggest winners and losers in their respective classes. In the elite class, the biggest loser at this stage is Team Heap Together Links. They had a really good start there, and they've dropped down 3 places from where they've started up until this point in the race. And Team RSA Red moved up 1, RSA Green moved up 1, Duco Racing's moved up 2, and of course Durant Motorsport, having started that race from the front of the pack, is still at the front there. Same with the Masters. Team Pantera Racing still leading.
Yes, and they started where they were and they stayed there. Team Lauda's gone up 1 position. Team Kazoo Racing has gone down 1 position. So 1 up, 1 down. Rico Barlow Racing has gone up 2. Cheapercars.co.za has gone up 2. Team Joubert Racing has gone down 2. And Team Dinocore has gone down 2 positions.
Captain Peter van der Spey in the number 10 car, currently laying in second position for the Masters class. Behind him in the Gazoo Racing car is Johan Engelbrecht in that number 3 car, making his way around the circuit. Let's have a look and see what he can do.
Yeah, but remember, Engelbrecht has been lapped there by Francois Joubert, so he is losing ground. He's now nearly 4 seconds behind Francois Joubert. So Francois Joubert has put a lap on him there, as we watch him work his way down the main straight towards turn number 1. And he, of course, is teammate in that car with Willem Botha. There is Dr. Mike Verrier sitting in 4th position in class. That team has gone up 2 positions in the last 2 hours and 31 minutes. They've moved up 2 positions, and it is Dr. Mike Verrier that's in that $45 out there in 4th position in the Masters category.
Yeah, in the Masters category, it's Mike Verrier that sits there in that 4th position. Doe Gerber has dove into the pits there for his team. Just trying to pick up the name there. That is a team Try Hard Racing Red. Car number 69 there in the pits, as is Herman Lazarus diving into the pits as well.
So 2 hours and nearly 32 minutes done. Is this the beginning of the 3rd round of pit stops? It might just be. We'll have a look and see. It's a replay here. Oh, this is probably the reason why. No, it's just the fact that he entered pit lane and went over the green paving and decided on the last minute that I need to take this one car into the pit area.
I wonder how strict they are with enforcing the rules here. I know in Formula One, if you cross that white line after the pit entrance, you could land yourself in hot water. But Jason Kutsia, the race leader, into the pits. Are we going to see another lap or 2 lap extension here from Team Pantera? We'll have to wait and see, as it is Durant Motorsports' Jason Kutsia who has dove into the pits.
I think that Jason's going to stay in that car. I don't think he's going to hand it over to Byron Mitchell. Remember, Byron done a very long stint in the beginning, so I believe, I could be wrong, just guessing, but I think that Jason Kutsia will do at least another stint in that motor car and then maybe hand it back over to Byron Mitchell. So yeah, I believe that it's a routine pit stop for Jason, and we will see him back out again the moment the pit stop is done.
Number 12 car pit lane, and that now puts Team Pantera Racing into the lead of this race. So once again, Team Pantera adding another lap to their tally to try and eke out their pit stop or their stints a little bit longer. Now the question is, are they going to do 1 or 2 extra laps before they dive into the pits?
Yeah, Francois Hubert still working his way out there in that 12 Dallara. There is Stephen Duplessis. He sits 4th overall in class, and he's going to be caught pretty soon by Francois Engelbrecht, as a matter of fact. There is Duplessis in the Duco Racing outfit, sitting 4th in the elite class is Stephen Duplessis. There's Morris Pretorius in the 7 car, sitting 5th in the elite class for Team Heap Together Links. And he is out there, and he's just been overtaken there by Jeff Hancock's. No, as a matter of fact, he's closing up on Jeff Hancock's.
Yeah, closing up there on Jeff Hancock's is Marius Pretorius. Getting closer and closer there is Marius. But let's see what Raymond Duggan's doing out here in car number 4 in the IRSA green. Then Francois Hubert is still leading this race. Peter van der Spey coming out of the pits in the number 10. No, he's into the pits now, is Peter van der Spey.
Yeah, Peter van der Spey pitting out of 2nd position in class, and Stephen Duplessis pitting out of 4th position in the lead class. Or is he making his way out? No, he's making his way into the pit lane.
Yeah, that's a bit of a tricky shot, that not realizing in which part of the pits they are, or in that first pit or in the second one. But Stephen Duplessis now making his way, and there goes Francois Hubert another lap. So Francois Hubert even able to stretch his stints even further than Luc Lucchesi. Lucchesi managed one stint with 1 extra lap more than the other stints. Let's see what Francois Hubert can do in that Team Pantera Racing Dallara LMP2.
So Van der Spey is in the pits, and so is Duplessis in the pits, as we keep an eye there on the man that's leading the master category, and that is the combination of Luc Lucchesi and that man Francois Hubert for Team Pantera Racing. They are out there in that 2nd position overall and 1st in the Masters category with 2 hours and 36 minutes on the clock. Another 20 odd minutes, and then we will be at the halfway mark as the team Duca Racing is busy making its way out of the pits.
Yeah, strategy starting to play a big role here. Riding on board there with the Dr. Mike Verrier in the Rico Barlow Racing, a 45 car in third place overall. Trying to ride the best possible lines to try and make up some time here and catch up to the Gazoo Racing team there. But they've made it, they've been able to gain 3 places from the start of this race. They're up into that 3rd position for the Masters.
Oh, that's pretty quick there through. Is he heading through Blanchimont? I think he's heading in that direction now. Is Mike Verrier, and we'll just keep an eye with him and ride there with him as we go. Yes, he's now making his way through Blanchimont and then towards that chicane. This is very quick, and it's not the quickest part of the circuit as a lot of people would believe. The Kemmel Straight is the fastest part of the track as he makes his way into that right-left chicane and does not go through to start another lap. Verrier pits, and as Mike Verrier goes into pit lane, we're going to take a very short break. Right, we're back with the Sujean the Properties 6 hour of Spa as we have a look at class and overall leader, the Durant Motorsport outfit of Jason Coetzee and Byron Mitchell. And talking about Byron Mitchell, as Coetzee flashes the lights there at one of the back markers, Gary has got Jason's teammate, Byron Mitchell, the man that handed the car over to Jason early on, and he's going to answer a few questions on how the car goes, how the car handles track conditions, all sorts of things. But Gary, you have got Byron online.
Yes, folks, I do. I have Byron online, and I've got here the team director of Durant Motorsport as well. First of all, going to Garth. Garth, thanks for coming back to us. You are still having a pretty good afternoon. Jason putting in some brilliant times there. Still going according to your original plan?
Just say again, Gary. Sorry, I just had a moment there.
I say it's going pretty well still at this stage of the fight. Byron out of the car, Jason in there, still going pretty much according to plan?
Yes, we're going according to our plan. We're sticking to the original strategy, just battling our way through the back markers at the moment. I'm just watching through the cockpit, just trying to get past the back markers. But yes,
he's actually got past. I'm actually watching him here at the same time now as they go out into the front main and managing to make it through before he got to the source, and that will give Jason an open run, 14 seconds from himself through to Stephen Koenig. So going pretty much according to plan, according to the team general there, Garth Paviliers. Also with me online, Byron Mitchell. Byron, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon. How are you guys doing?
I'm fantastic. I should actually say good evening. I take it you've got something on this evening that you're trying to get all your hours of racing in this afternoon. What a brilliant and extended opening stint. Take us through that extended triple stint of yours, Byron.
Yeah, it was, I wouldn't say it was tough, but towards the end, obviously, as the track got hotter and hotter, but obviously that was the same for everybody. But I think we dedicated what we wanted to do from the start, and we just stuck with it, and so did Luke, and that's why obviously we've got two teams working on two different strategies. So no one really knows who's going to come out here, but that we'll just have to wait and see.
Were you running as hard as that car could go, irrespective of tires, irrespective of fuel, or did you still have a piece in hand?
On live TV, no, there's lots in hand. I'd say there's like 4 seconds in hand there. Yeah, no. I think there is a bit more, but obviously it's too early in the race to be making such big risks. So we'll just see. We'll see at the end if we need to or not.
And having felt the variation in the tires during your triple stint, what do you think is going to be the correct format in terms of how long you go on a set of tires?
I won't be able to answer that right now because the track changes so fast, because obviously they're running that 4 times multiplier, so it's tough to say. I wouldn't be able to determine that.
Well, folks, just to let you know what that 4 times multiplier is, and you can in fact start to see it now on the circuit as the sun is starting to set. So for every hour of racing that we have, the computer generates a 4-hour part of the day out at Spa-Francorchamps, which means we're going to be running this one into the dark and then back into the daylight. Now, question, Garth, to you. This, to my mind, was not knowledge to hand, was a decision that was made pretty late in terms of the planning of the series. Is it a major unknown how the colder effects of the darkness is going to affect your team strategy? It's the same for everybody, but do you think it's going to make a major impact?
Yes, the strategy is very different now that we're running a 24-hour race in 6 hours. We were intended to run a 6-hour race, which is very different because we don't have to do the complete night stint, and we deal with different track temperatures. The tires react differently. We've got the fuel consumption's different. So the fact that we're running 24 hours is a big change in strategy. But like I said, it's the same for everybody. So we just race what we're given.
In terms of fuel, do you get a better response from your fuel in the nighttime because of the density and the temperature?
Actually not. When we get better grip on track, we use more fuel. So as the track cools down, tires grip better and lap times come down, and we use more fuel. So when the track is hot and slippery, we can't put the power down on the track, and we tend to use less fuel on our track.
Sure. Well, interesting stuff for all of us out there. Byron, how many more times would you guess you would be climbing into the seat? How many driver changes? Without giving it all away, because I'm sure that the other team bosses are also listening to this as we go out worldwide.
Yeah, I think most of the teams are only going to put the driver in one more time, because I think there is a delay as well to change drivers, and no one want to take that extra time in the pit stop.
Well, that driver change, tire change, fuel fill, each of them having their own time factor. Byron, well done, brilliant stint. Awesome to see you racing on the main circuits. Awesome to have opportunity to watch you with the Sujean Property Investors 6 hours at Spa with Garth de Villiers also online. Garth as the brains and the planner behind it all. Good luck as it goes into the darkness. I know that there are a number of crew chiefs that are going to be doing the exact same amount of scheming as what you are. As you can see, the darkness now starting to set on screen. Guys, a big thanks. We will have a chat with you later on. A big thanks from the second year production crew on behalf of myself, Gary Fleming, FC Nuvote, and then also Frank Yenis. So, FC, pretty interesting stuff that the more grip, the more fuel you use.
Well, it makes sense because, the more you can put down on the track, the more you're going to give. Obviously, the less grip there is, you're going to be a little bit gentler on the accelerator, which uses a little bit less fuel. So that kind of makes sense. Didn't know it played that big a part in this kind of racing, but as they said, it was something that was thrown at them very, very last minute, that it was going to be a 24-hour race ran over 6 hours. So that just adds a little bit of complexity to your planning and what you want to do out there, and it's going to be interesting to see who gets it right and who gets it wrong.
Yes, we're going to go hopefully into the dark and then back into the daytime again, and track temperature will play a major role for the tires. Obviously, with the track being a lot warmer, you're probably going to use a lot more tire as the tire melts onto the track surface. When it gets cooler, well, there's a lot less stress and strain on the tires. So yes, we'll have a look, see how this one pans out, as Francois Hubert, the man that's at second overall and first in class, and he is 5 seconds behind Andre Steenkamp. He's going to put a lap there on Steenkamp in that 777 team Dynacore Dallara. Well, Francois Hubert, the man that teammates Luke Lucchesi, and we'll have a look, see how he's going to do. Right now, he is closing up the gap there on the 777 Dallara of Andre Steenkamp.
Yeah, Andre Steenkamp about 5 seconds ahead there of Francois Hubert in that Team Pantera Racing car. In P2 for the Masters class Lada team there of Peter van der Spey. He sits there in that 10th position. He is there behind Herman Lazarus. Lazarus about 7 seconds, almost 8 seconds ahead there of Peter van der Spey. But Van der Spey currently lying second in class there for the Masters in that lovely looking green and grey car. Then Peter Hubert for Team Hubert Racing in the 22 car. He sits there in that third position for the class. And is that dirt or bugs or whatever on the front of that car? Or is that part of the color scheme? I don't remember seeing that splatter on the car earlier today.
I think that is, in fact,
it's not oil.
Well, with 108 OP, a big thanks to the Big Five for making it possible. It is realistically possible that is oil and or a spray of bugs that's in there. Willem Botha, the man that we're on there now, and that is the Gazoo racing team, and the man that handed over to him, Johan Engelbrecht, online with us. Johan, good day to you.
Hi Gary, how's things?
Fantastic. A big thanks to you and the other people that made it possible for us to do this form of live streaming coming out on 108 PhD on all the YouTube channels. Johan, you've done a couple of these type of races before. Strategy being a big part of it now that towards the closing last day or 2 or 3 when nobody could have a chance to really practice in the dark, you've now got this ×4 and all your calculations for daytime racing turns into half day, half night. How does that affect your original game plan, knowing that what Durant Motorsport are getting so technical as to how they're going to line it up? How do you guys handle something like this?
Yeah, Gary, I was actually assuming and hoping that we would get the ×4, that we would go through the night. So we did some practice sessions. I assumed that it was going to happen because that's what we did previously, and then I suppose you can say we got a bit lucky. So we did some practice in the dark. It's also beneficial to a point. You know, going in the dark is more challenging, but the track is cooler and it's generally cooler, so the car generally performs better. You know, so yeah. But we're getting into darkness now. We had some bit of a mishap early on in the race. So you will note that we are completely out of sync with the other guys in terms of pit stops. We're on a bit of a different strategy, which I am going to go check now since I just got out the car. I'm going to go check whether my calculations is still correct. If correct, we should be okay.
Excellent.
But I need to go look at the numbers.
Fantastic. That did not hold you up. Teammate of Willem Botha, 4th overall in class, Johan Engelbrecht. Johan, from me to you and the balance of the Big Five, thank you for making it possible for us on behalf of Signia Productions to put this kind of thing out on TV. A closing word from your side.
Thank you, Gary. Thanks a lot. I think the stream is really great quality. I think my family is watching at the moment as we speak. But great quality, and thanks for your good work. I think it's a really great effort. Thanks.
There we go, the man himself, Johan Engelbrecht, that's going to go now and recalculate as they go into darkness. And that, in fact, on track is Willem Botha, his Gazoo teammate, Frankie, as he completes yet another lap. And look how the darkness is starting to set in.
Yes, I'm having a look at that. We were just chatting to Johan Engelbrecht now. Now, Willem Botha, Pieter Hubert, Willem Botha, Sander Bacardi, they're all on the same lap. And Willem Botha was 18 seconds behind Pieter Hubert. It's now 17 seconds that Hubert is ahead there of Botha. So it looks as if Botha is possibly closing the gap there on that 22 car of Pieter Hubert. Sander Bacardi, while he's losing a bit of ground, he was 3-odd seconds behind Willem Botha. It's now moved to nearly 5 seconds behind Botha. So Botha is definitely pulling away from Sander Bacardi, but we're going to have to look and see if Botha can catch up there to Pieter Hubert. So can the Gazoo racing team catch up to the team Hubert Racing? Well, we're going to have to look and see. It's still hovering, FC, round about that 17-second mark.
Yeah, still hovering there by 17 seconds, but back on board there with your overall race leader, Jason Kutsia, the man there for Durant Motorsport. He's having the race of a lifetime there, following up on the work done by Byron Mitchell earlier on in the day. And as we get that nice aerial shot of how the lights bounce off the circuit and as the cars move around, and the dusk starts settling in there at Spa-Francorchamps here in Belgium. And let's have a look here with Jason could see the onboard footage as we head into what section is that? Looks like it might be heading into Bloch. Could be Porhorn. Let's have a look. Yeah, there he goes around Porhorn. That's going to then take you into the campus section. It's going to be that right-hander. Yeah, there we go. Into the right-hander. Then it's going to switch back to a left-hander. There we go. That is turn 14. Then into turn number 15 underneath the Vodafone pylon. There we go. That is a Stavelot. That then goes on to turn number 16, which leads into Blanchimont, just before we get to the chicane and the end of the lap.
But Frankie, you can see now how the lights are changing and changing fast. Literally in the last 2-3 minutes, we've gone from reasonable daylight, and I think we're going to have a completely different look in the not too distant future.
Coetzee is going to put a lap there on the 13 car of Jason Barber. He's 0.4 of a second behind Barber as they make their way through the chicane. Barber keeps right out the way and says, come on, Mr. Durant Motorsport team, Mr. Jason Coetzee, you are more than welcome to go through and lead out of La Source. So out of La Source comes Jason Coetzee, working his way up Radion and Eau Rouge towards the Camel Straight. Now, if you have a look, see, he puts the car on the racing line. It is a blind left-hander there, and you've got to be exactly on that racing line and hope and pray that nothing breaks on that car, because it will take you where you want it to go, but it needs to hold together. And as a lot of the Formula One drivers say, you know how much strain is on an F1 car when you put a car up that rise and you put it on that line and you stomp on that gas. There is so much strain on an F1 car, and you just hope and pray that nothing gives there. Stephen Koenig makes his way into the pit area.
Yeah, Stephen Koenig, the man that's back there in the pits. 3 hours, 3 minutes down in this race. And let's have a look here what happened to Louis Norquier in the 777. He dove for the pits and ended up in the barrier.
And lost the whole front nose of that Delara.
All out action here at the Sujean Commercial Landlords. 6 hours of Spa taking place over a 24-hour period here in Spa-Francorchamps in the Stavelot region or municipality in France, as a Koenig is in the pit area there. Then it is Peter Hubert who also makes his way to the pits in the 22 car from that third position.
Right, so we have a look at the different classes. In the elite class, it is the Durant Motorsport that sits out there in P1 of Jason Coetzee, and he started in pole. He's moved up nowhere. He's still leading overall and leading his class. Then in second position, it is the IRSA Racing Green Team. They've gone up 2 since the start, and that is Raymond Duggan behind the wheel of that Delara. In third position, it is the Duco Racing Delara, up 3 positions, and now Mario Kovors is back in that car again. He took over there from Stephen Duplessis. Fourth in the elite is the IRSA Racing Red Delara 88. They've gone down 1 position. Behind the wheel now is Ati Nagel. Then fifth in that class, down 3 positions, is car number 7, Team Heap Together Links of Jaco Foster in that 5th position. 6th in the elite is the TTH Racing Red Delara 69 of Jeff Hancock's, and they have gone down 1 position in the last 3 hours and 5 minutes. Then 7th, and they are in the pit area, is the TTH Racing Green number 13, and they have gone into pit lane. And then the last car out there is the Team Heap Together, and that's a 71 car. Janeman Prius is behind the wheel of that Delara, and since the race started, they've gone down 2 positions. FC, the master category.
Yeah, master category, we've got the Team Pantera Racing leading that group, second overall in the race, but it is Francois Hubert sitting there in car number 12. And just look how dark it's getting out there now, as in that second position the Lauda team. That is Peter van der Spey, Captain Peter in P2 for the Lauda team in car number 10. Rico Barlow Racing filling that third position with car number 45. That is Captain Mike Verrier. Oh, so Sandro Bakari's now in the car. So there was a driver swap that happened off screen there. Sandro Bakari in that P3, but he's getting a lot of pressure there from the car behind him. That's Willem Botha. Botha goes round up at the inside and takes that third position away from him in car number 3, the Gazoo Racing car of Willem Botha.
Well, I said earlier on, Botha was closing up onto the back of Bakari, and he has eventually made that move there on Bakari, and the Gazoo Racing team took that third position away there from the Rico Barlow Racing outfit. So a big thanks to Sujean Commercial Landlords. We're going to take a short break with Durant Motorsport leading the elite category and Team Pantera Racing leading the Masters.
Well, folks, we're back with you again with the Sujean Commercial Landlords 6 hour of Spa-Francorchamps, the elite class and the masters class for the first time in the history of iRacing South Africa, going head on head with the same motor cars. And, well, now we can see the old hands against the young guns. The man that you see sitting there in the pit lane has, in fact, just handed over. And that is the teammate of Sandro Beccario. It's Mike Verrier. And we've in fact got Sandro online. Sandro, good evening to you. Mike standing for a long, long time in the pit lane. Can you tell us what's happened there?
Evening, Gary and team. Unfortunately, it was a little bit of a blubs on Mike's part. Instead of pushing the pit lane limiter on the pit exit, he pushed the escape button and got a tow. So he was cursing and swearing, and I had to remove myself from the conversation.
So how much time do you think you're actually going to lose? We've actually still got him on screen, and he's been standing there for quite a long time.
The tow should be about 2 minutes, and then he's got a 40-second penalty for speeding to add insult injury.
So he's talking English, Afrikaans, and a whole heap of French right now. Changing conditions from day into nighttime. How does it affect you?
Yeah, this is where the bucks are earned. So we did a night practice the other night, and you're sort of losing possibly the weaker driver will lose about a second a lap. The front boys, the elite class, I don't think it affects them in the slightest, because you lose your brake marks, you lose depth perception. It's quite a big adjustment. I see Mike's going again, thank goodness.
Yes, I just see that he's actually on his way out of the pits there now.
Yeah.
Well, if there's any
Hopefully
chance...
the red mist has cleared a bit, yeah.
I was just going to say, if there's any chance of somebody spinning on cold tires, it's going to be the 8-ball 24/7 man that's going to be out there on cold tires. How long does it take for the tires to actually dial in and get up to full race pace?
So you generally need 3/4 to probably even as much as 90% of the lap before you can get that sort of heat in it that you've got grip confidence.
So if he gets through the red mist and one lap from there on out, you can relax, have something to eat and wait for your next stint.
That's the plan. That's the plan. Hold some.
I must say, Sandro, a big thanks. Not a lot of people know, but that you put a lot of work in the background with Mike Verrier initially to get this all going. And Jaco Steyn that does massive amounts of work now in the background. But for all that you've done right from the beginning, and I know you're still doing a lot very calmly and quietly in the background, from all of us, a big thanks for being part of this series and numerous other series, and also from Second Gear Production side to the Big Fire for making it possible to bring it to you guys in 108 OP.
Yeah, pleasure, Gary. I appreciate those kind comments, and a big thank you to you guys, because the fun and the reality that you put to this with the commentary is world class. Thanks very much. It's only a pleasure.
We'll keep it together. Just let Mike press a couple of the wrong buttons, record some of that, and we will go live with you later on again. Sandro, nice to speak to you.
Cool.
Enjoy it.
Nice chatting, guys. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Well, there we go. That was Sandro Beccario that we were having a chat with. But somebody else that I'd actually like to have a chat with is Luc Lucchesi. Now, Luc Lucchesi has really set the pace with this one, to be really honest. Luc Lucchesi was the man that initially went out there and started playing with the strategies and seeing how to make this one play itself out. So on the line with me, Luc Lucchesi. Luc, good day to you. Oopsie, let's just get him out. Okay, Luc, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
There we go. Luc, you live on Second Gear Productions with Sujean Properties. 6 hour from Spa-Francorchamps. Give us a bit of breakdown as to that first long extended run that you had.
Look, we were just trying to keep it together. We were fuel saving, so we were trying to just manage the pace. Obviously, being in the slipstream of Byron for the first stint helped quite a bit with the fuel saving. So I wasn't trying to overtake. I mean, look, they're in a different class anyway, so it really doesn't make a difference to our race, other than bragging rights to win like the overall. But so we're just running our own race, just following through with our strategy, which is basically to save fuel. So hopefully we will have one less stop at the end of the race, and we can make up the time deficit there.
From what you've seen so far, we did have a chat. I don't know if you were, I think you were actually out on circuit, the head honcho of Durant Motorsport, and he was actually talking about the fact that you guys were lifting and coasting, and they were actually counting your laps. And I think it was the second time around you actually made up 2 laps extra. So that idea that you had with Francois out on track now, do you think you're going to be able to cut out one stop? Is it working in your favor going into the night?
Yes, look, I mean, essentially every single time we stopped, we extended by 1 lap. So, the last time around, I think we were 5 laps later than they were pitting. So by the end of the race, I mean, it should be close to 10, 11 laps. So, if we do have to stop, we'll have to take on less fuel, so we could save time with the stop. But I mean, anything can happen. So. Like I said, at the moment, we're just focusing on the Masters, which we're leading. So we're just trying to maintain our advantage for the Masters. If we can win the overall, then so be it. But it's not a factor that we're considering in our race. We're just trying to run our own race, just follow through with the strategy, make sure that we don't get any off tracks or incidents or anything like that. And that's it.
Talking about those off tracks, how many off track points do you need to collect for a drive through?
30.
Okay, so it could become a factor in the latter part of the nighttime hours as the judgment of distance becomes rather difficult.
It could, but Byron and Jason aren't people to make mistakes, so we're not counting on a drive through from them. I mean, ourselves as well, we've only got 5 off tracks, so we're still far away from 30. So we're just trying to keep it in between the lines and just do a good job.
Awesome stuff, a brilliant job you did do. The Gazoo team of Jan Ilbracht and Willem Botha, how far are you actually ahead of them on track at the moment now?
Look, they're not in sync with pit stops actually. So if I look at the timing screen now, Raymond Duggan is actually in just behind us. So they're 1 minute and 39 seconds behind us. So we do have quite a buffer to them. So we're just trying to maintain it, just trying to limit the mistakes. I actually had a spin, in sort of early stints, and I lost about 11 seconds there because the brake bias was quite far back as the tires started wearing down. So a little bit of a mistake from my part, but
you'll be unhappy to know that the camera happened to be on you at that point, and we saw all 11 seconds of it. But as we did say, and Frankie said at that stage of the fight, if there's anybody that can work his way back and make that time up, it is you, and well, you did exactly that. Luke, thanks very much for joining us. We'll have a chat with you later on again. And as you say, keep it between those white lines. Good luck through the nighttime stages. And we will chat to you in what will be the early hours of the morning, which will probably be about an hour and a half from now.
Great, thanks.
Thanks.
Looking forward to hear from you. All right, cheers.
There we go. Luke Lucchesi, the man behind putting together the mean machine that was provided by the Big Five for us to be able to come to you, Second Gear Productions and 108p HD on out there on the YouTube channel. So Frankie, let's have a look at the front end of the field. The Durant Motorsport Jason Kutsia that leads them out.
And he's right on the case of Jaco Forster. He's going to put a lap there on Jaco Forster. Forster keeps right out the way, and he will make that move there on Forster. Now 10 seconds down the road is another back marker, that is Atti Nagel, and Jason will probably catch up to him pretty soon as he attempts to pull away here from Jaco Forster. Forster will just let him go. That is Jason Kutsia in the Durant Motorsport outfit, first in class and first overall. There is Raymond Duggan. Raymond Duggan is in that number 4 car, and he sits there second in class for the elite outfit. Raymond Duggan in IRSA Racing Green. Then we've got Atti Nagel. That's a replay of Mario Kobos. And is he going to do a swapper right there by the pit lane entrance? And that has caught out, that chicane has caught out quite a few drivers in this Sujean Properties 6 hour so far. Yes, Atinafel sitting a fourth in the elite in the IRSA Racing Red. He's gone down one position. He done a last lap of a 2:03.222, so just outside of the top three. In fifth position in the elite is the team heaped together links. That is Yaku Foster. He done a 2:05.322, and that team has gone down three positions since this one got underway. In P6, it is the TTH Racing Red, the number 69 car, now been driven by Jeff Hancock's, and they have gone down one position, and a 2:04.966 was the last lap there for that team. P7 is the TTH Racing Green, and they have gone up two positions since this one happened and started. And they've done a last lap of a 2:05.176, and then the last car out there in the lead in P8 is the team heaped together again, car number 16, and they are basically more or less where they started. That's the elites. As we look at the elite leader and overall leader, Durant Motorsport, Jason Kutsia in Delara number 9. Remember, they've got two cars, only one of them are out on track for the Sujean Properties 6 hour of Spa. The other is the 10 car, and I'm almost certain that we will see that car out in the not too distant future. So Jason Kutsia still powering his way around, as we see Raymond Duggan. Now he's 1.7 seconds behind Jeff Hancock. So Raymond Duggan, that is second in class and second overall, is catching up to Jeff Hancock's. He's 1.6 seconds there behind Hancock's. There you can see the two of them in the same shot. So Hancock's will be getting those blue flags and those blue lights, I should say, on his dashboard, because there's no way he's going to see blue flags unless they've got blue lights out on track, which I do know at the Lamar 24 hour they do have. So he will be seeing blue lights on his dash, knowing that that man, Raymond Duggan for IRSA Racing Green, is now only 1.5 seconds behind him. So surely he'll just keep out the way and let Duggan put a lap there on him, because Raymond is a lot quicker than him at this point in time, although the time is still hovering around about 1.5. It's gone down to 1.4, then it goes to 1.3, then up to 1.7, but it's more or less that Constantina effect. That's why we're seeing that. So Duggan not catching Hancock's and lapping him that easily.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We are back here with the Sujean Commercial Landlords, 6 hour of the Spa Francorchamps, 3 hours 44 minutes into this one. And let's run through the positions here with the overall positions of all the guys out on track, starting with this man, Jason Pitsia for Durant Motorsport, leading it out there overall in P1. With the Durant Motorsport car in the elite class, followed by Team Pantera Racing's Francois Hubert. He is out there in the number 12 car, second overall, first in class for the Masters class.
Yeah, then we've got the IRSA Racing Green. That's the number 4 car, and that is Raymond Duggan. And he is 29 seconds behind Jaco Foster, that is going to put a lap on there is Raymond Duggan. And then second in the Masters Ball Green, IRSA Racing Green is second in Elite. Second in Masters is the Lauder car, being campaigned at this point in time by Jaco Steyn. And Jaco Steyn is 2.8 seconds behind Johan Engelbrecht, so Johan is going to be lapped there by Jaco Steyn. Then in the third position in the Elite class is the Duca Racing car, being campaigned there by Mario Cowarts, and Mario Cowarts is 6.2 seconds behind, putting a lap there on Dr. Mike Verrier. Then the next one is the IRSA Racing Red, that is the 88 car, being campaigned there by Ati Nagel, and he is behind Jason Coetzee. Jason Coetzee has just gone and put a lap there on Ati Nagel, but they are lying fourth overall in class in that 88 car. Then the 07 car of Jaco Foster, that's a team Heap Together Links, and he is out there on the same lap as what Ati Nagel is. Ati is 11 seconds ahead of Jaco Foster in car 07. Then the 69 car, 16 class, that's TTH Racing Red, and it's being campaigned at this point in time, that Delara by Jeff Hancocks, and Jeff is 6th there in class FC. And the next car up will be the 22 car.
Yeah, the next man out there is the 22 car of Suisse Hubert for Team Hubert Racing. He is out there in the 9th position overall, followed by also sitting there in that 3rd position for the Masters team. Then we've got Rainier Hubert out there. Oh, looks like we've got Johan Engelbrecht actually out there. He just got past Rainier Hubert. He's out there in the Gazoo Racing car in that 4th position, and 10th overall is Johan Engelbrecht, followed there by Rainier Hubert for the cheapercars.co.za team in that 5th place for the Masters Series, 11th overall.
And then 6th in the Masters is the Rico Bala Racing Delara, number 45 of Mike Verrier. And Mike, not a happy chappy. They were doing pretty well. He took over there from Sandro Bakari, and then accidentally pushed the wrong buttons inside the sim rig, and that cost him some serious time, and they dropped down that leaderboard, but they're still out there in 6th position in class in the Masters in that 45 car.
Next up is Jason Gibson. He's in that 7th position out there, that for his class, that is in a 13th position overall, and obviously in the let me have a look. That's TTH Racing Green. That is for the elite class. He's out there in that 13th position in car number 13, followed there by Cameron Null. That's out in the 14th position in the 8th place for the elite class, out in the Team Heap Together Again team.
And then the second last car out there for the elite is a 71, and that is Team Heap Together. At this point in time, it is a Stephen Koenig that is behind the wheel of that 71 Delara. And then the last team out on track is the 777 Delara, 7th in their class, last on the circuit. That's Team Dynacore, currently Andre Steenkamp in there behind the wheel of that Lara. So that is the overall replay here at and having a look at Jason Gibson. How much better by the pit entrance that he does a swapper, and it's exactly that, and that has caught out quite a few cars throughout this entire race. Oh, and somebody hitting the wall. That's Johan Engelbrecht. Johan Engelbrecht ramming that car up against the wall. That is a massive, massive accident there by Johan Engelbrecht in car number 3 for the Gazoo Racing outfit, and his teammate is Willem Botha, and that was a pretty big one.
Oh, that was a big one. That actually happened a couple of laps back already. We just missed that one. I just picked it up here on the replay. There is Johan Engelbrecht. He is back out on the track after making a tow back to the pits, and he currently finds himself in that 10th position overall, in a 4th place in the Gazoo Racing car in the Masters class behind Team Hubert. And speaking of which, Suisse Hubert just made a pass there. Let's have a look. He made a pass there on Jeff Hancock. Let's have a look at that replay.
Yes, so that's a replay of Suisse as he makes his way through Eau Rouge and Radion onto the Camel Straight. He goes, that's the pit exit there on his right hand side. Now just bombs that thing down the Camel Straight towards Les Combes, and you'll see he puts that move on him pretty quickly. So
I think that might have been a pit lane pass.
Could have been, yeah.
Yeah, that was a pit lane pass.
Well, there's no trouble out there for Suisse Hubert, that's for sure. Yeah.
Well, let's have a look back to the front of... Ooh, look at this, Frankie. Look who's in overall first place at this point in the race. Francois Hubert for Team Panteria. Does that mean the guys have started? Yeah, Jason Kutsia actually went into the pits a little bit earlier. Let's have a look at that one.
Yeah, so the class and overall leader, Jason Kutsia, that's a replay of him busy working his way out of the pits, and still Jason in that car who has not handed it over to Byron Mitchell. Jason has stayed in that number 9 Durant Motorsport Lara, as Francois Hubert is out there in that 12 car, and they are the class and overall leaders at this point in time. Well, while Gary was having an interview with Luke Lucchesi, Luke was saying they're just quite happy to get second overall and win their class. That's was their aim, but to be out there in P1, geez, can you imagine, FC, in all the endurance races that we've had last year, not once has a driver car team combination from Masters ever won it. Yes, they were never in the same type of cars, and that's the reason why. So here is a very, very good chance and a very good possibility that we could have that 12 car win this one, and of course not only just win overall but win Masters. That would be something for the books. But yeah, let's not talk too soon. There's still a long way to go.
There is still quite a long way to go. And look at this, the gap to Jason Kutsia is something like 20 seconds. What is that? 27 seconds on to Jason Kutsia, the man in second position now. They basically led most of the race, and the Team Pantera Racing still continuing their tactic of eking out 1, 2, 3 more laps per stint, which could come and basically buy them some time in the closing stages of this race, where everyone else will have to do one more pit stop. These guys can run, Team Pantera Racing can run a little bit longer, and this could come and bite to Team Durant Motors.
Yes, I was just going to say we could be starting the next round of pit stops, and this is the reason why that the Durant car was in the pits. Now, Team Pantera Racing wants to try and save at least one pit stop, as Luke Lucchesi was saying, and as FC just mentioned now as well. They will need that somewhere if they want to end ahead of this car, the 9 car, that is now currently second overall, still leading the elite class, but not leading the race overall. And Jason Kutsia and Byron Mitchell currently find themselves second overall in the race. But I see that the 10 car is making its way into the pit lane, and that is Jaco Steyn.
Yeah, Jaco Steyn making his way into the pits, so that is kicking off the next round of pit stops here for them. That is car number 10 from fourth position. Ati Nagel will be trying to close down there. He's going to go past him now. There he goes. Ati Nagel now into that fourth position overall as they battle it out there through turn number 1.
And it's a long, as you've been saying, pit stop road, or should I say pit lane there for Jaco Steyn, as Ati Nagel makes his way through. So Ati Nagel made the move there on Jaco Steyn, with Jaco now there in that pit lane. So yeah, the 10 car's gone down one position there to the 88 car that is now in that third position in class, with the Nagel behind the wheel of the team IRSA Racing red team, as Jaco Forster in the team Heap Together Links makes his way into pit road.
Yeah, next man in there is Jaco Forster. He's into pit lane, and he's going to come into the pits there behind Jaco Steyn. Jaco Steyn will be heading out there before Forster can even think of starting to pit. But let's have a look and see how long these guys can keep it in there, and who's going to be the next person to dive into the pits.
Well, we're going to have a look. See, I think we're going to see quite a few of them come down into pit lane. I see that TTH Racing Green did a last lap of a 2:07.070, and that is in the pits as well is Marius Pretorius.
Well, that's a driver change happening there. So Marius Pretorius getting in there. Stephen Duplessis just made a pass. He's moved up into P5 with Jaco Steyn and Pretorius still stationary in the pits. So Stephen Duplessis up into that 5th place overall.
Yeah, in the team Duco Racing Delara, Stephen Duplessis in that number 5 car in the elite, sitting 4th there in that class. Jaco Steyn in that 10 car, busy working his way back out onto the track again. That is the pit lane exit that he is working through, and then rejoins there on the Kemmel Straight as he will work his way through to Lycom and Bruxelles.
Well, Marius Pretorius also leaving the pit lane now, so that's all the guys coming out in their position. So let's run through the whole field again just before we take another quick break out there, Frankie. In P1 for Team Pantera Racing, Francois Hubert, he's up there in P1 in car number 12 for the Masters. Then in P2 overall, Jason Kutsia, leader of the elite group out there in the Durant Motorsport car. And somebody just dove into the pits. That is Raymond Duggan from that 3rd position.
Yes, and lying second in the elite category is Raymond Duggan, and he is making his way into the pit lane. So the following round of pit stops is now really truly on the go, with Duggan that is there now in the pit lane.
Well, let's have a look here. Something happened just while we were watching there. Raymond Duggan diving into the pits. This is Jeff Hancock. He had a bit of a moment. Let's have a look. There's somebody flashing their lights there at Andre Steenkamp and them, and he just completely gets it wrong into that chicane.
That's that famous chicane. There's the pit entry. You see there, the lights just shone on that pit entry there on his right-hand side. And how many drivers have been caught out here today in that chicane, as Raymond Duggan pits out of 2nd in the elite category, making his way down the pit road.
Next up will be Ati Nagel, the man that's making his way around the circuit. 4th overall and 3rd for the elite class in the IRSA red grouping out there. He is there in that 4th position, and a driver change happening there for IRSA green, with Corne Breed jumping into the car. P5, Stephen Duplessis out there in the Duco Racing Delara LMP2 in car number 5, and then Jaco Steyn, the man, in P6 overall in the number 10 car, 2nd for the Masters in the Lauda Racing team.
Yeah, that's the Lauda Classic car team, sponsor of the 10 Delara of Jaco Steyn, and that car and that team is there in that 2nd position. Then Sujean Hubert in the 22 Masters, Team Hubert Racing, sitting 3rd in a class with almost 4 hours done, and he is third in the Masters class, is Sway Hubert for Team Hubert Racing. Then, sitting fifth in class is the number 7 Delara, the Team Heap Together Lynx, and that is Marius Pretorius. That's busy working his way around, and he is out there in 5th position in the elite category. Then 6th in the elite category is the 69 car, and that's the TTH Racing Red, and that is Jeff Hancock's out there, and he's in the elite category, and in that category he is 6th overall.
Then 10th overall in the race, Johan Engelbrecht. He currently sits out there in a P4 in the Gazoo Racing team, and 4th for the Masters, and in that 10th position overall, followed by Renier Hubert in P11. In the 5th position, there for cheapercars.co.za, Rico Barlow Racing as Mike Verrier is there in P12, and a 6 in the Master Series with the TTH Racing Green team of Jason Gibson out there in a 13th position.
So looking at that, the battle box there, Mike was not far behind Stephen Koenig to try and put a lap there on him. And here is Jason. Oh, so the Doc is in the pits. Well, he was after him, and eventually the Doc makes his way into the pit area. So will he hand that car back over to Sandro Bakari, or will he just do a pit stop and then go back out again? We'll have a look-see if it is a routine pit stop with a driver change, or just a routine pit stop without a driver change.
Cameron Nell, the man sitting there in that 14th position for Team Heap Together again. 8th overall for the elite class, followed by Team Heap Together. Stephen Koenig in position number 15 in car number 71. And then at the back end of the field, it is Andre Steenkamp in the 777. He's having a horrid time out there. The car just not doing what they want to do in the 6-hour race, brought to you by Sujean Commercial Landlords.
And he is 5 laps down, and their last lap was a 2:07.101.
Yeah, so that is where we are. We've got Mike Verrier in the pits, and look at this, Frankie. Francois Hubert dives into the pits for his next pit stop. This was, what, about 3 extra laps once again from the Team Pantera Racing.
That's what they wanted. They wanted 2 or 3 extra laps on the Durant Motorsport team. Did they get it? I think they did, because Durant Motorsport was in the pits. They've done a 2:03.140 as the Durant Motorsport team. So if Francois Hubert and Team Pantera Racing has made those 2-3 laps up then on them, I was going to say they might hold the lead, but that's not going to happen, because the Durant Motorsport team has taken the lead once again.
Yeah, Jason Kutsia, the man, has taken the lead of this race once again. But remember, this is exactly what Team Pantera Racing is wanting. They know they're going to suffer in this stage of the race, but they are trying to do one less pit stop than everybody else out there. So let's see if this can pan out for them.
I think they're trying to push that pit stop FC towards the end of the race.
Yeah,
when everybody comes in for their last stop, they don't need to make that last stop. I think that is what they are bargaining on. But you know, motor racing, she's a funny mistress.
Yeah, Atinel also
do all sorts of things to you when you least expect it.
Atinel also diving into the pits there as Francois Hubert is in the pit exit. There he gets back on track, still in P2, as the man in P3, Atinachel, actually jumps into the pits, still in that long pit straight. While we were looking at that, Cameron Null seemed to have a bit of an off.
We'll have a look. See, that would be the 16 car of Cameron Null. That's coming out of La Source. Could be just track limits there. We'll have a look and see. I think it might just be track limits, because everything else seems to be okay.
Yeah, that just seems to be track limits.
Radiar and Eau Rouge. So, Renier Hubert making his way.
Whoa, big off for Renier Hubert.
That's a replay of Renier Hubert in that cheapercars.co.za outfit. Remember, his teammate is Herman Lazarus, and neither he or Herman would like exactly what just happened there.
Yeah, definitely not something to look forward to there for them. So, Frankie, I think let's take another couple of minutes just for a quick, a bit of a commentary break, and then we'll be right back with you after this. Well, folks, we are back with the Sujean Commercial Landlords 6 hours of Spa with the Elite and Masters classes, both racing the Dallara LMP2s out here in what is turning out to be quite a race out here. And let's have a look who is leading this one. Starting with the Elite class, Jason Kutsia is the man that leads them out in the Durant Motorsport car out there. And he is a full lap ahead of the second place man in the IRSA green car there of Corne Briat.
Yes, Corne Briat is there in that second position, and he's a lap down there on the Durant Motorsport team of Jason Kutsia and Byron Mitchell. Third in that class is the Duco Racing Dallara number 5, and it is Stephen Duplessis that is behind the wheel of that Dallara. Then P4 is IRSA Racing Red, that's the 88 car, and Ati Nagel is behind the wheel of that Dallara at this point in time. Then in P5, Team Heaped Together Links, that's the 707 Dallara, and Marius Pretorius is the man that is in that car at this point. P6 in the Elite is TTH Racing Red, that's the 69 car, and that is Jeff Hancock's that is behind the wheel of that one at this point in time. Then P7 is a TTH Racing Green, that is the 13 car, and that is Cameron Nell that is in that one. Then P8 is Team Heap Together again, that's the 16 car, and that is, well, somehow that one just didn't pop up. Yeah, that is Cameron Nell in that one. And then last in that class, that is 9th, that is a 71 of Stephen Koenig, and they also one lap down. I think they're one lap down on the leaders in, yes, 7, 8 and 9 is one lap down on the leaders. But that 13 car in the Elite category is in a pit lane. So let's see if that's routine or if that is driver. Jason Gibson is the man that's behind the wheel of that 13 Dallara. Right, that's the Elite. And then FC, we move on to the Masters.
Yeah, the Masters, Francois Hubert for Team Pantera Racing. Second overall in the race, but out there in P2. In first for the Masters, Francois Hubert. Then the next grouping, he's 6th in the race, but second in the Masters class. That is Jaco Steyn out there for Team Lauda in the number 10 car.
Yeah, they'll be pretty happy with that one. Will the Lauda team, if they can finish second in the Masters category. Then third in that category is the Team Hubert Racing. That's a 22, and Swiss Hubert is behind the wheel of that car. Fourth position is the Gazoo Racing outfit, and Johan Engelbrecht is in that car. He's a teammate there to Willem Botha. Fifth is cheapercars.co.za, that is Johan Engelbrecht. His teammate there is Herman Lazarus, and no, that's Renier Hubert, I do apologize. Yes, he is the teammate of Herman, and they are 5th overall. 6th is the Rico Bala Racing team, that's Mike Verrier and Sandro Bakari. And then 7th in the Masters is the 777, and that is Andre Steenkamp behind the wheel of the Team Dynacor Dallara.
So just a couple of things that we missed out there. As somebody dives into the pits, that is Renier Hubert that dives into the pits there for cheapercars.co.za. But while we were off air, there were a couple of things that went down on a track. There was this pass by Renier Hubert on Johan Engelbrecht.
Yeah, Engelbrecht
as they came out of the pits.
Yes, and he was still getting up to speed. And Renier said, "Thank you very much. I'll take the cheapercars.co.za Dallara, and I will make the move on you there and take that position away from you."
And a lap later, this happened.
And so Engelbrecht decides, "No, you're not taking this position away from me. I'm taking this position right back again." And Engelbrecht takes that place right back at him. And so the two of them are having a fight out there. Lovely to see that so deep into this race. You've still got drivers fighting out there, FC, for track position.
Yeah, lovely to see out there. And then, of course, Jeff Hancock's also had a bit of a off.
Yeah, that is the 69 Elite car. Team Tryhard Racing Red, TTH Racing Red. And once again, just there by that pit entrance, another victim spins that car around. Then this time it is Jeff Hancock's.
Right, back to live racing. We've got Rainier Hubert still in the pits. And another man that dove into the pits now, Cameron Null, in the pits as well for Team Heap Together again. That is the next car to go into the pits. Let's have a look and see what closed dice we've got going out there. Everybody spread out fairly well at this stage of the fight, with your race leader being this man out here, Jason Kutsia for Durant Motorsport.
Yeah, and we'll have to look and see if we can see some of the fastest laps out there, or should I say speeds out there. We'll see if we can get that one up for you. I know earlier on it was not. So when we saw it last time, it was not one of the elite drivers that was the fastest out on track when it came to kilometers per hour. It was one of the master drivers. But at this point in time, that doesn't bother Jason Kutsia at all. He knows he's leading class and he's leading overall for Durant Motorsport. He's got a good teammate in Byron Mitchell. And Byron did a very, very long stint in the beginning. It could be that Byron drove from point A to point B, and then Jason takes it from point B until the end of the race. What could also mean that Jason hands it back over. I don't know. Remember, both these two drivers are hot shots. Byron Mitchell, ex-karter at Killarney International Raceway. Jason Kutsia, ex-kart at Killarney International Raceway as well. Byron Mitchell, a young man that raced Clubman's Regional Saloons, GTI Challenge and Formula Libras. And of course, Jason Kutsia, a young man that races GTI Challenge. So I don't know what their plans are as we see Sujean Schubert bring the 22 car into the pit lane, pitting out of third position in the Masters class.
Jeff Hancock's just got past him there. But Frankie, interesting stuff we heard earlier on with one of the interviews that Gary had, that for every 30 off-track excursions that you have, you get a drive-through penalty.
Yes.
So look at that.
Was telling us that.
Yeah, look at that. There's been quite a few of those. Durant Motorsport has had 99. That means they must have had 3 drive-through penalties already. Team IRSA Green, 125. Team Heap Together, 109. Team Pantera Racing, 142 off-track excursions there. So interesting to see how this affects the race moving forward.
And Team Bear Racing was 117. So yeah, the guys have really tried hard. But you know what, one can understand. You go from day to night and track temperatures change. And in endurance racing, your track evolves all the time as the day goes into night and the night goes into day. And with the amount of rubber that gets put down on the circuit as well. So your track itself was always evolving in an endurance race, and keeping in mind that this is a 6 hour, and yes, you've got more than one driver in a car, but you need to really focus, especially when you get into those night stages.
Well, Frankie, we just have our producer moving back into the studio here. So we're just going to take a short break to get everything set up back here as we welcome Gary Fleming back. But before we do that, here is a off from Stephen Koenig.
Yeah, Stephen Koenig, they're out there in that 71 car in the Elite. And that's probably, I thought so. Or no, it's not an off. He's making his way into pit lane. But that chicane FC in general has caught a lot of people out today.
Yeah, definitely quite a few people having been caught out there. But as we said, Stephen Koenig, the next man in the pits. So let's just take a quick break and we'll be back with you on air shortly.
Well, for the upteenth time, welcome back. Do we say good day? Do we say good evening? Or do we actually say good morning? Because we are in the early hours of the Sujean Property Investors, or should I say the Sujean Commercial Landlords, a 6 hour of Spa-Francorchamps, coming to you live from the Spa-Francorchamps circuit itself. And, well, it's a times 4, which means, in fact, that through a 6 hour race, we go through a 24-hour time span. So some of the people that have had some problems earlier on have been Willem Botha, and he has had his fair share of problems, and Johan Engelbrecht in the Gazoo team. I had a bit of a chat with him when I went back to the SIG booth, and FC Nieuwe graciously took over the second year productions range with the assistance of Frankie Yennis. And Willem said, had some connection issues now. Me first, and then Johan. Remember that massive accident when Frankie woke you guys all up, when you just saw lights and wheels and lights, and that was when Johan Engelbrecht went off. He said, there must be something in the server that caused it. Couldn't shift at all. Lost all force feedback. Same happened to Johan. That's why he crashed. And yeah, he says it's pretty much all fixed now. Willem Botha, the man from Gazoo Racing, the crew chief of the Toyota Gazoo Racing Dakar team that represents South Africa, he says, yep, the place was good as well. I think the Toyota had some hydraulic failure, he says, but fixed now. Real professional mechanics. So that is Mr. Willem Botha, the teammate of one of the big five, Johan Engelbrecht. And that is why Johan Engelbrecht, in fact, had that massive incident. Somebody else that I wanted to have a chat with earlier on was Herman Lazarus. Now, Herman Lazarus in the race, he's had varying degrees of good results recently in the cheapercars.co.za entry. And he is linked up with Renier Hubert. And they, in fact, are doing a pretty decent job right now. Let's just click on Renier Hubert out there on circuit. That's the man that you see. And joining me in the second year production studio, Herman Lazarus. Herman, do I say good morning, good evening, good... Oh dear, looks like we just lost Herman. Let's see if we can pick him up again.
Right, so while Gary's trying to get hold of Herman Lazarus, you see that Renier Hubert is in that cheapercars.co.za number 1 car, and they are in 3rd position at this point in time in the Masters category, and Renier is the teammate of Herman Lazarus, and that the 10 car is making its way out of the pits. That's the Lauda Classic car team heading back out onto the circuit again, as we stick here with Renier Hubert, as he's going to make a move. Yes, he's making a move on that the 22 car. You just saw that car come out of the pit exit there, FC, and he has lost that position to that 1 car in the hands of Renier Hubert.
Yeah, well, it wasn't really for position. They actually put a bit of a lap on him there, as he was 3rd overall before he made that pass. But just look at the wonderful images coming from this wonderful... Something we haven't picked up during the day racing just yet is there's actually sparks flying off the cars as they hit certain bumps on the track. And that's quite interesting to see there as we ride on board there with Renier Hubert in that 3rd position in the cheapercars.co.za car. He is 1 lap down from the Lauda racing car. Lauda 2 laps down from your leader team, Pantera Racing. And that is in the Masters category. Behind them in 4th position, 3 seconds? Yeah, 3 seconds behind him, Team Hubert Racing, and then the Gazoo Racing car of Willem Botha in that 5th position, followed by Rico Bala Racing and Team Dynacor in that 7th position.
Yeah, that is the 1st all the way to 7th in the Masters category. In the elites at this point in time, it's still the Durant Motorsport outfit that sits out there in a P1 in that number 9 car. IRSA Racing Green, the number 4, and they are currently in a pit lane. They are there in that second position. And then rounding off the top three is the IRSA Racing Red 88 Alara, and that is first, second, and third in the elite category. Gaza, have you got Herman on the line for us?
No, not been able to. Had him on the line, went off, and haven't actually been able to raise him again. So I hope they're not running into connectivity problems as well. Herman Lazarus teamed up with Renier Hubert. It was Renier Hubert that we were in fact watching. You might find that he ran out of time now to be able to chat with us, as they're going to be doing a driver change into the not too distant future. One of the people we contacted that looked like he was really battling. Oh, look how close that is out on circuit. It's Ati Nagel that's just past Peter Hubert, and the next man in front of him there is Willem Botha, and that's the car that we were looking at. That is the Toyota Gazoo team, teamed up with Johan Engelbrecht, and they did have that connectivity problems, and hence the reason why they had that massive accident, but they are still doing exceptionally well to be exactly where they are. Now, originally when we started out with this, we were referring to Andre Steenkamp, Frankie, and that Andre Steenkamp has been doing so well, and we were quite surprised that Andre Steenkamp was battling the way that he was. If you look at the battle box on the right hand side, 7th position, Andre Steenkamp 777. It in fact is not the Andre Steenkamp that we know, it's Andre Steenkamp. Now, Andre Steenkamp is normally the partner that is in that team, and it is actually Andre Steenkamp that is out there with Louis Nokia in the team and Dynacore Gaming. So it's not the Andre Steenkamp that we were talking about, it's Andre Steenkamp. So interesting stuff that's been coming through. Andre Steenkamp saying, wish it was me. Unfortunately, I'm out. I'm sitting watching. And well, let's have a look at the Masters. Francois Hubert up front doing a brilliant job, and they are now starting to become the only opportunity for anybody from the Masters to really have a go at the youngsters. 6th overall out on circuit, and in second position in the Masters is in fact that man Jaco Steyn. Just yesterday he spent over 6 hours that I personally know of with setups and doing all the necessary changes, as you've seen, for Sujean Properties and investors, and making this all possible for us. So massive big thank you to Jaco Steyn, and I'm so glad that he's doing well in this race. He actually finds himself in that second position overall as Francois Hubert goes into the pits.
Yeah, Francois Hubert dives into the pit lane for Team Pantera Racing, and it looks like there was a pit stop for Team Durant Motorsport not too long ago either, because it's Byron Mitchell that is now behind that car. So once again, the Team Pantera Racing running a lap or two longer, and now they're coming back in. And does that mean we're going to see Luke Lucchesi coming back in? But it's interesting, Frankie showing us here the pit lane limiter actually running quite a bit of a beat as the cars enter the pit lane.
Let's just actually keep quiet and listen to that limiter. It actually pops between first and second gear all the time as well.
And sometimes it jumps to neutral.
It's literally as the car wants to change from first to second, it puts itself back into first gear again, that you can't pick up speed in the pit lane. So Byron Mitchell, as FC was saying, is back in the Durant Motorsport car once again. Has taken over there from Jason Kutsia, and now we'll have a look and see. Hubert Francois is in the pit lane. We've done 4 hours and 43 minutes. We're approaching an hour and 15 to go. Will Francois Hubert come back out again, or is he going to hand that car back over to Luke Lucchesi? And he does just that. So Mr. Luke Lucchesi back in that 12 car again, and I'm almost certain he'll do the last hour and 16 minutes.
Yeah, Luke Lucchesi back in the car. Ati Nagel is also out there in the pit lane, exiting the pits now in the 88 car, as is Peter Hubert in the 22 car, as he makes his way into the pit lane. A very, very long pit lane for the likes there of Nagel and Hubert as they head into the pits.
So Byron Mitchell actually finds himself at the front end of the field, and the whole deciding factor now, 1 hour 15 to go, and having had that chat with the head honcho of Durant Motorsport, that gave us that very interesting information earlier on Garth de Villiers. This is where you have literally an out of sync pit strategy between the two front runners, and it's the youngsters that is now leading this one out. It's Byron Mitchell that is there in the elite class representing Durant Motorsport, and Luke Lucchese that has now got himself back out on circuit again. There is Luke Lucchese, and Frankie's dabbled the guess, although our crew chief is actually FC Nivo. He fancies working out the times, places, spaces, and how it is. But Frankie, I tend to think you're right. If you look how long the first run of Luke Lucchese was and the pace that he's got, and at the end of the day, this is for all the marbles. It goes back to the two guys that went toe-to-toe initially, Byron Mitchell and Luke Lucchese. They are, with no disrespect to their teammates, the fastest in their teams, and this is what it's going to boil down to for the last hour 15.
Yeah, I think the two drivers in these two cars that started the race will be the two that ends it. Luke Lucchese is calling up onto the back end there of Sandro Bakari. He's a 5.1 seconds behind Bakari. As we have a replay look at Willem Botha diving up on the inside of the one car, and he loses it where? At that pit entrance once
chicane.
again. At that
chicane.
Famous chicane.
Yeah, and look, it's happened to a lot of people, but he was doing the passing maneuvers on the cheapercars.co.za car, the Herman Lazarus car that was out there on circuit with Renier Hubert that was on board with that one, and they are in fact third overall in class is Renier Hubert. That was the car that was just involved in that incident, and they are right in there behind Jaco Steyn. That's what 0.32 of a second looks like when you're doing 227 kilometers an hour.
Well, Renier Hubert tucked in there behind the likes of the Lara car of where are we now? That name's disappeared there. I think that was
Jaco Steyn.
Jaco Steyn that's in there. Yeah, Jaco Steyn. There it is. So not a lot in between them, but that is to unlap himself to try and get past the Jaco Steyn. There is Renier Hubert. He is in fact 2 laps down the Lara car there of just a lap down from the Lara car is Renier Hubert. So that if he tries to catch the likes there of Steyn, that would purely be just to unlap himself and get back onto the same lap as Jaco Steyn.
Keep in mind those lights behind Frankie is Willem Botha, and that is for position as well.
Yes, Willem Botha wants to have a go at Renier Hubert, who in turn wants to unlap himself, or take one lap back, I should say, from Jaco Steyn. So it's still pretty interesting times out here as Renier Hubert looks back there at Botha. Botha sits on his left-hand side. Is he going to have a go somewhere? No, the lane gets blocked. Remember, you're not allowed to move more than once. As that's up, Oru. That's up the Orouge. And Radio, that is brave.
That was very brave.
Is suicidally brave there by by these guys out there. That is incredibly insane. Well done there, Willem Botha.
Wow, that was something else, and yeah, you don't do that. I think we need to have another look at that one. That was just something else. Look at this.
Yeah, he actually placed himself in the perfect position. Renier Hubert, the defending man, actually took himself off the racing line, and that opened the door up completely for Willem Botha to be in that perfect position to hit that curb on the inside of Eau Rouge. That puts you in the perfect position on the racing line, heading up a Radleon.
Now, this is just having a look at that Willem Botha crash, and you can see that's trying to make the passing maneuver and then just too late on the brakes. And that what was spoken about earlier on by our resident crew chief, where your perception of distance varies in the nighttime, and that creates a problem. So leading out for the Masters is Luke Lucchese. He's second overall, second overall on circuit, and first for the Masters. The only team that's really, in the long run, been able to give the youngsters a good run for their money. Jaco Steyn is the next man in that Masters group for the louder classic cars. They are in fact resident in Cape Town. They are also the class sponsor for West Province Sports and GT down at Killarney International Raceway a little while back, and they are also people that have helped made transport available for myself and Francois Butler to get up to the hill climb, the Neisner hill climb, not that long ago. And that, in fact, is something that's going to be coming up in the next couple of weeks, and we'll be doing some information on that on the second year talk show, which we'll be doing 8 o'clock on Tuesday night. But enough about that. That is Jaco Steyn, that's in second. Then in third overall, that is Willem Botha. Remember, they had that massive crash, and that was due to connectivity problems, and they're hoping that it doesn't go wrong again. And as he says, the Toyota mechanics fixed it up and got it all sorted out. No hydraulics problem like Max Verstappen.
Yeah, it looks like they've got that problem sorted out. And now that car is flying around Spa-Francorchamps here in the heart of Belgium. And Renier Hubert currently sitting there in that fourth position in the cheapercars.co.za Delara LMP2. And Team Hubert racing behind them, followed by Rico Barlow Racing, the 45 car of Sandra Bakari and Dr. Mike Verrier, as well as Team Dynacorn, the 777. They are 11 laps down, or 7 laps down, should I say, rather, from the guys ahead of them, 11 laps down from our class leader, Team Pantera Racing. And then at the front end of the field, the elite group, Durant Motorsport leads them with IRSA Green in second, Duco Racing in third, followed by iRacing South Africa Red and Team Heap Together Links.
We will be coming back to you shortly. Well, folks, although I must say good evening to you, it's Sunday night and we're doing what we love best, 6 hours, the Sujean Commercial Landlords, 6 hours of spa. But I need to say good morning because on a times 4, we are now in the beginning of, we're like around about 6:30, 7:45 in the morning down at Spa-Francorchamps. The lights of the cars are still on, but you can see it is getting quite a bit lighter out there. It's been very interesting, let's be honest. It's been everything we expected and more, but there's people that have had good luck, people that have bad luck. First of all, a big thanks to Dr. Mike Berrier for putting it all together for us. Mike, good evening, or should I say good morning to you?
Hey Gary, how you guys doing?
Well, from looking at the leaderboard and hearing the way your voice is sounding, I think we're doing better than you. What went wrong out there?
No, there were two problems. The first one is, in fact, more than two problems. The first problem is just a shout out to Steve and Sean McCarthy, who sponsored this event and sponsored the prize money and the streaming. Unfortunately, neither of them could make the race tonight, and Steve would typically be my partner, but luckily Sandra stood in for him, and Sandra and I have been making a great team. Second issue is trading paints to work on our car, but still got zero idea why. I think trading paints is a virus. And then the third thing is we were going on really nicely. We were up in 7th position after, 3 or 4 hours. And based on our strategy, I could have gone up a couple of spots, but then I had a brain fart. And as I came out the pits, I pushed the wrong button. I went over the pit exit and then pushed the button to exit the car, so it gave me a 4-minute tow. 40 penalty. So we basically lost 5 minutes of where we were. So it was all my fault. Nothing Sandra did, nothing I could have done to fix it. Yeah. But unfortunately, that dropped us from 7th to 13th. I think we made our way up now to 12. So as for punishment, I did the 3rd and 4th stints on the same set of tires, so they were really finished by the time I got out. That is my punishment. And now Sandro's back on new tires, so let's see how well he does. But realistically, we're not going to get much further up as well.
Well, folks, for those of you that have been watching all the way through, and I see there's a lot of comments that have been put up, a lot of people watching on 1080 PhD on the YouTube channels that we are on. Big thanks for all the comments and the compliments, and what you guys are saying to egg your driver and your local team on. While we were chatting with Sandra Bakari, we had a shot of the car standing in the pits that Sandra just got out of, and he says, well, let's just say Mike hit a couple of the wrong buttons and there's red mist, and we determined that it takes about 3/4 of a lap to get the tires to working temperature, and we guessed it was going to take about 3/4 of a lap for the red mist to clear. Well, you got it all right. You went out there, and I must say that times were looking pretty good. So for yourself, Sandra Bakari, 6th overall in class at the moment. Sandra up on screen representing the Rico Barlow racing team. A big thanks to you, Mike, from all of us for starting off the whole iRacing South Africa scenario. And, well, this is one of the end results of what you originally started off with, and then also approaching MSA and having the MSA GTE and Porsche series as well. So a big thanks from all of us that enjoy the actual racing part of it, and those that enjoy watching. I know Tiny's Pitbox, they've also done a share, and they've got a good number of people watching there as well. So you're not going to get a chance to get back to the call, Mike, but enjoy the live stream. It's one of those things, it's just a couple of buttons. The sun will come up, or it's already come up at Spa-Francorchamps. It will come up again tomorrow morning. From us to you, a big thanks, and a closing word from your side.
Yeah, no, listen, it's a pleasure, and thank you for the work you guys have put in. If I look at where we've come to from where we started, the quality of everything is dramatically different. From the streaming point of view, it's incomparable. You guys are now on par with the best in the world, with really high definition, world-class commentary, excellent knowledge of the course, of the track, of the drivers, of the cars. So congrats to you guys, and onwards and upwards. And then just in terms of the ability of the drivers, if I think back to where we started our first season, we were absolutely hopeless. and it was really a festival of crashing. Whereas now the guys have learned so much, and I honestly think that iRacing South Africa has become the gold standard around the world. I haven't seen a more organized or better put together series anywhere in the world. And a big shout out to Jaco Steyn for doing all of the hard work behind the scenes on that.
Awesome stuff, folks. There we go. The voice of Dr. Mike Berrier, 8-call, 24/7 car that just a couple of buttons was all it took to get stuck for 4 minutes in the pits. Took them pretty much out of it. Sandra Bakari out there with new tires and a full tank of fuel, 6th overall in class, 12th overall out there on the circuit. And adding on to what Mike said there, Jaco Steyn, massive input. Literally yesterday, 5 hours 59 minutes was the length of the WhatsApp call while he was busy working, sitting at home and connected up to the system here and made all these camera shots and all these different items available to us. So big thanks to Mike Berrier. Don't forget about Sandra Bakari, that was also there initially helping to get everything up and running, and that's given us the opportunity with the big five that have come on board the Second Gear Talk Show and Second Gear Productions on YouTube to make this all possible. So FC, going back towards the front end of the field, it's going to be the youngsters versus the Outroppies. I know we refer to them as the Masters and the Elite. Let's call it the youngsters and the Outroppies. Right now, Luke Lucchese is the man that is carrying the only opportunity for the Outroppies to show the young guns the way around. It's back to a one-on-one between Luke Lucchese and Byron Mitchell, and it's all going to go down probably to Pitt's strategy, because there's nothing much in it.
Yeah, nothing much in it between those two. And it's like we said from the beginning, as we see the Gazoo racing car dive into the pits, it's all going to come down to whether or not Lucchese and them could have made that the strategy of theirs work, where they just hang back slightly bit more, don't dial in the speed as much, just lift and coast here and there where you can, try to eke out a couple of more laps from a stint that you can, and that would theoretically give them some time in hand that they don't have to dive into the pits when everybody else has to. Again, as we say that Durant Motorsport dives into the pits, it is Byron Mitchell that now dives into the pits, and they will then have to go in one more time, which means it's after this one that we'll see Luke Lucchese dive into the pits one more time, and after that it'll be a straight rundown to the finish for him.
The right-hand bottom corner of your screen, there is in fact the pit strategy, pit stops, and you can see how Lucchese and his teammate have stretched it out a little bit further, as opposed to Mitchell and his teammate, where you'll see the yellow and the blue blocks are just a little bit shorter. So there is what the man from Durant Motorsport was talking about, where he was saying they're lifting and coasting at the end of the faster straights to be able to gain those laps here and there. But Frankie, once again, 55 minutes to go. The question remains, has it been enough to be able to put the old hands, the masters, at the top end of the field and show the young guns what Western Province Sports and GT Masters Series has done for the abilities of the older hands, the 40s and over, since we started with the whole series?
Well, I think that that 12 car, the Team Pantera Racing of Francois Hubert and Luke Lucchese, is going to have to come into the pits just one more time, and then that will run to the end. Although I don't know, we are approaching 50 minutes, so if they've got it right, they might want to take that car all the way to the checkered flag. But wow, man, 50 odd minutes, 54 minutes, make it 53 minutes is a heck of a long time to try and stay out there, as Doug Herber brings the TTH Racing red car, the 69 car. He puts out of 6th position in the elite class, and then Janeman Prius will jump into that 71 car. He is the teammate of Stephen Koenig, as Luke Lucchese making his way around, and Andrew Barber is only 5.4 seconds ahead of him, and of course he is a lap or so down, so Lucchese will be catching that 13 car of Andrew Barber to put another lap on him. Luke Lucchese, can he do it for the Masters? You know what, Gary, you and I would say yes, we would like him to. FC Nivo does not classify in the Masters, so he'll obviously be cheering for the boys of Durant Motorsport.
Well,
Contact there between Barber and Lucchese. That could almost have ended in tears there for Lucchese. He doesn't have to go that hard, though. I mean, you could rather take a chance and get through without making contact and getting damage if you want to make this pit strategy work.
well, if you look at those lap times there, that is the latest lap times. And as you can see, Luke Lucchese for the Masters, the man that is on screen, did a 2:01.873. The man in a second position that is out there on circuit is Byron Mitchell. And Byron Mitchell's time a whole heap different from his time. And well, look, okay, well, that does include a pit stop, so that's not a realistic time. But there was a good couple of seconds difference between the two. So I think Luke Lucchese is feeling the pressure. I think the figures aren't working out, FC, exactly as they wanted. They haven't got fully to one pit stop less. It might actually come down to a splash and dash. That might be where the difference ends up.
Well, look, Lucchese still has to get into the pits as Byron Mitchell now goes for the pass. He goes around the outside. He sits there on the outside of Lucchese. Lucchese fends it off, closes the door into that right hand, and now he's got to go left again as Byron Mitchell just hangs back. This is going to be a battle out there. Lucchese still has to do one more pit, and we know that based on the figures, 37 minutes is basically the limit of what you can stretch it to. So Byron will definitely have to do a splash and dash again. The question is, has Team Pantera done enough to make up that time after their next pit stop to actually overtake Byron and Team Durant Motorsport before the end of the race?
Well, Frankie, I see you've been sitting making a couple of notes there as well. Your guess?
Well, yeah, I don't know. Yes, I agree with what FC is saying there, but what I wanted to talk about as we jump into cohorts that's in the pit area is that 5 hours and 10 minutes into the race, you've actually on track. What you can physically see out there is the dice not only just for first in class, but it's a dice for the overall lead as well. And that's awesome stuff out there. But the big question is, who needs to still come to the pits? That 9 car probably needs to come to the pits one more time. I don't know. The big question is, does that 12 car need to do the same, FC?
I do think the 12 car will have to do one more stop. The team, obviously, we just saw Team Durant complete a pit stop not too long ago. That means that Pantera will have to do one more, but will Durant be able to make it to the end of the race after that pit stop? I don't think so. I think they will have to do one more stop as well. The question is what kind of pit stop are they going to have to do? Will it be a splash and dash? Will they need new tires? What is the strategy? It's going to determine how long they take on that last pit stop, whether or not Team Pantera can clinch this overall win.
And this is where we need to stay. This is, I believe, where we need to stay for now with the 5 hours and 11 minutes done in this one, because what we are seeing here could determine how this one's going to end. Who pits, who doesn't pit? Do they both pit? Does nobody pit? I can't believe that nobody's going to pit. So that theory is out the door. So it's who pits and when do they pit and how do they work it out from here? Because approaching 5 hours and 15 minutes, you would not believe it in a month of Sundays, and we are on Sunday, that you would be seeing these two guys, Byron Mitchell and ahead of him Luke Lucchese, dicing it out for P1 and P2. They're both P1 in class, but for them now, it's not about class win. It's about the overall victory. Will it be the 12 car? Will it be the 9 car? Will it be Pantera Racing? Will it be Durant Motorsport? Will it be Lucchese? Will it be Mitchell? That's the big question.
Well, FC, there you see the Lucchese, Mitchell, Brett, Foster, Stein, Victoria, Skowat, Hubert. It all started off pretty similar, but you can see where those lines started to move with Lucchese and his teammate moving it just a little bit further around the circuit, sometimes scoring 1 lap, sometimes scoring 2 laps. You can see the yellow line starting there now next to the Mitchell car. So, well, nobody's done 48 minutes straight stint as far as I know. 1 stop, 2 stops. Keep on watching to be able to see Herman Lazarus into the pits.
37/38 minutes in the beginning was when the pit stop started and everybody went in then. So, yeah, it could be that it works out for a splash and dash for both of them with about, 17, 18 minutes left. I don't know. I'm just guessing. And this is what makes it all exciting at the end of the day. After nearly 5 hours and 15 minutes, you don't know what those teams and those drivers and their team managers have planned.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this race develops here in the last 46 and a half minutes of racing at the Sujean Commercial Landlords. 6 hours of Spa as Herman Lazarus completes a drive-through penalty there in the cheapercars.co.za number 1 Delara LMP2. So, starting at the top, Team Pantera Racing leading them out there. Luke Lucchese's the man behind the wheel in that second position, now starting to pull away slightly is Lucchese. It's Byron Mitchell there in that second position for Durant Motorsport. Overall third place, Team RSA Green with Corne Breet behind the wheel in car number 4, and then in that fourth position and third overall for the Elite, it's iRacing South Africa Red with Zach Forster behind the wheel.
Yes, and then it is the number 10 car that is sitting in that fifth position and second overall in class. That is the Lauda sponsored car, and Jaco Steyn is a man in there behind that wheel. And then in the Elite, in fourth overall in the Elite is that 7 car driven there by Marius Pretorius, and he sits fourth overall in the Elite category.
Yeah, then we've got the likes there of Duca Racing, Mario Kowat in the Duca Racing number 5 car, sitting in that, seventh overall, there we go, 7th overall Duca Racing, Mario Kowat, followed by Team Hubert Racing, 3rd in class for the Masters, with Peter Hubert behind the wheel of the 22 car, and behind him for position there is the Kazoo Racing team. 4th overall in class is Willem Botha in the number 3 Kazoo Racing car.
And then 5th overall in the Masters, that's car 45, and that is, I think it could be Sandro Bakari that is in there. So that is the 45 car, and it is Bakari that is in that motor car, as they actually beginning to crawl their way back up the leaderboard in class, as they were having a fight earlier on there with that one car that is just there behind them. It's lying 6th in class overall, and that is the cheapercars.co.za team, and that is the number 1 car, and it is Herman Lazarus that is back behind the wheel there again, and that could be the reason why Gary lost him on the phone, because he probably took over that wheel there from Rainier Hubert.
Yeah, that is Herman Lazarus out there in the 12th position. Then it is a team heaped together again. Matt Densham in the number 16 car. He's out there ahead of the TTH Racing green car in 8th in class for TTH Racing Green. That is Andrew Barber in the number 13 car, and then team heaped together in the 15th position in car number 17. That is Janoan Prius with Team Dynacore in the 777 bringing up the rear of the field.
Yeah, but I think that 777 car is out.
Yeah, that one's out. Yeah,
they're 19 laps down, so Stennekamp and that whole team is out. So we have lost the Team Dynacore outfit, as Peter Hubert brings the 22 car out of the pit lane.
I think that was a drive-through penalty as well, because we just had him on screen racing and now coming out of the pits. So I think that was a drive-through penalty as well, as Herman Lazarus decides to do a bit of gardening.
Yeah, that certainly was a drive-through penalty, and then decides to move into the pit lane and bring that number 1 car into the pit area. So Peter Hubert in the Masters, sitting there in that fourth place overall for Team Hubert Racing. And just ahead of them there is the TTH Racing Red. But FC, look at the errors. Team Pantera Racing 176. And what is the closest one? I think it's 139, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, it is. Well, both Durant and Team Hubert Racing both on 139 errors.
Yeah, that is, as you say there, Frankie, 139. Then after that, your closest, well, actually, no. Durant Motorsport on 140.
40, yes.
IRSA Green on 145. So, there we go. So 2 wheels off the track or crashes will give you that error as Marius Pretorius dives into the pits.
Yeah, and look at those best laps. There is 201.558 and a 201.160. So Durant Motorsport is still faster out there than what the Team Pantera Racing is, as we watch Marius Pretorius make his way into that long pit entrance.
Well, that's first and second on circuit, and as you can see, it is the two main contenders, Mitchell and Lucchese, that have in their own right got it to the point where they have got the fastest lap times in their class. And looks like Andrew has had a little bit of an off.
Now, problem out there for Andrew Barber in the 13 car. Yeah,
we've seen it happen so many times in that spot. Just putting that right wheel on that cushion,
rise.
on the red and white curbstone, and that just
knocking the back wing.
Yeah, and that just pushes the car into a slide, and puts that wing first into the wall.
Well, that does happen. So, there's people starting to dive into the pits. A third overall, second in class. Corne Brett has dived into the pits. Jaco Steyn, second in class, has dived into the pits as well. Jaco Foster has also gone into the pit lane. Sandro Bakari, I think, will stay in the car. I don't think he will climb out of the car at all. I think he will stay in there, as Herman Lazarus works his way past all those people that have pulled into the pit lane and finds himself making up some position. So Corne Breed, second overall in class, coming in. Are they going to make it to the end? Well, 40 minutes, it's going to be marginal.
It's going to be marginal, but I think they should make it towards the end, especially with it still being quite early hours of the morning. The sun's just risen out there at the Belgium, so their track will still be quite cool at this stage of the fight, which will help with that fuel consumption.
Yeah, so that the 10 car, Jaco Steyn there in that pit lane, but we need to see this. This is what we need to see. 40 minutes left on the clock, nearly 39 minutes left to go, and these two gentlemen are racing out of La Source for the overall lead in this race. Can you believe it? 40 minutes done. Make it 39 minutes left, I should say. And these two guys are still going hammer and tongs at each other. Now, this is where Lucchese needs to calm down. We know that Luke Lucchese is a great racing driver. There is a lot of, and that's actually a compliment if I say this, there's a lot of Ayrton Senna in this guy, but he needs now to be the Alan Prost. He needs to calm it down. If he wants to win this one, not only just for himself and his team, but if he wants to pull it off for the Masters, he has to stay calm, because trust me, believe me, that young gun behind him will make it difficult for Lucchese. Byron Mitchell will apply pressure. We know how he races on the main circuit in the Formula Libre Class S and the Formula VWs, when he and Andrew Rackstraw go one-on-one out there on track, and then they do 109s and 110s out there. They do virtually superbike times around the Kalani International. So Byron Mitchell knows how to apply the pressure. Luke Lucchese, on the other hand, knows how to absorb pressure, because he's damn good at doing just that. But gentlemen, he needs to keep his cool if he wants to do this for the Masters.
Well, FC, there's two ways around this. One, you are the crew chief for Second Gear Productions. I can ask you for your version, but there's one man out there that has been studying. There's just two cars out there. The car that's in the hands of Luke Lucchesi and the car that's in the hand of Byron Mitchell. And he goes in. Lucchesi is in. No, it's Byron Mitchell that's gone straight through. It's Lucchesi that has gone into the pits. So, at the perfect time, Garth de Villiers, good morning, should I say, from Spa-Francorchamps. Give us the latest. Did it work the way you wanted?
Yes, everything's working exactly to plan. So we're very happy. Both cars have got one pit stop left. Car 12 just went into the pits. Now we've still got to go into the pits. So exactly what you saw on track is the fight that we're having after 6 hours with 36 and a half minutes to go. This is the gap that we have on track. So both cars have to make another pit stop. They're not going to take tires, so the pit stops will be very similar, and you'll see them come out very close together.
Okay, so Luke is in now, Byron's still out. How many more times does Byron need to come in?
One more time.
Okay, and are we looking at an overcut or an undercut being the preference in this one, irrespective of whether you have the option?
Well, the overcut is what we're doing now, so you'll see we've got more pace. We'll be able to put on quicker laps now, and when Lucchesi comes out, he's going to have to match our pace to maintain the gap that we saw just before he came to the pits. Otherwise, we're going to come out ahead of him. So it's very, very tight at the moment. Luckily, the sun has now risen, so we can see through Blanchimont. We had the sun directly in our eyes. It was very, very difficult to see. But in order to make this strategy work, we had to have Jason Pritzer do a monster stint in the night. He always does the night stints for us. He did it for us at the Mar as well. And unbelievable stint that Jason pulled out through the night. And he handed the car over to Byron. And then Byron could play his strategy out. Or in the previous stint, Byron was doing fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap, and that was our strategy all along. And there's no substitute for pace.
There's no substitute for pace. There's no substitute for experience as well. I'm pretty sure that you are aware that the only chance for the old hands is in fact in the hands of Luke Lucchesi. The rest of the youngsters, Byron Mitchell, Cornebert, Zach Foster, and Mario Kowas, are lining up the top 5 positions there. So, it's up to you guys, and good luck, Garth. I know that you guys have put lots and lots of hours into it, lots of practice, lots of strategy, lots of thinking. Good luck to you at Durant Motorsport, and I just hope it all works out for you. May the best man win. A closing word from your side, Garth, if we don't have a chance to speak to you again before the end of the race.
Yeah, let's see how it works out. Our strategies work. Guys just have to put the laps in now. There's not going to be any answer for the pace that we're going to deliver now, so it's going to be up 12.
I love the confidence. Garth de Villiers, folks, going live with us once again, the crew chief for Durant Motorsport, and he's just been sitting working out the mathematics in the background. He's got the right drivers out there, and he is pretty sure that man that you see out there is going to be the one that's going to win it out. The 2 fastest lap times there, you see 2 minutes and 1. There is only one other person, that's IRS, a Red, and then the Gazoo team that have been able to put in a 2-minute 1 point anything. So definitely of the fastest laps out there and the most consistent to be there at the front end of the field. Byron Mitchell going one-on-one with Luke Lucchesi. Guys, this is what you've been hoping, this is what you've been waiting for, and we are now down to just 34 minutes. FC, you had an idea where you were looking a little bit further down the field to see whether any of the masters were going to be able to jump a little bit up on the overall leaderboard from what you've now had a chance to study and look at. Do you see any else of the masters closing in on the young guns?
At this stage of the fight, it doesn't really look like it, Gary. If anybody had a chance, it was the Lada team, but unfortunately they've dropped back a bit too far at this stage of the fight. So unfortunately, only one team in that top, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 2 in the top 6, but that is in second position, and then 6th and 7th with the Gazoo Racing team there with them as well. But yeah, at the stage of the fight, Team Pantera looking like they're flying the flag high in the top 5 there for the Masters, but a brilliant race nonetheless.
Yeah, just under 4/10 of a second. That's the difference between Durant Motorsport and Team Pantera Racing, between Mitchell and Lucchesi at this stage of the game. And yeah, can Luke Lucchesi remember that the Durant Motorsport has had that pit stop? Mitchell, Luke Lucchesi has not had that pit stop yet. So
yeah, they both have to go in for one more, I think.
More pit stop
so
to go.
that's where they
that's the thing. They said that it looks like they are winning, but or winning a pit stop. So yeah, unfortunately, we'll have to see how it plays out.
Gonna be interesting stuff. So on screen right now, the Gulf airline pilot, the very popular and very respected Peter van der Spey out there, and Peter van der Spey didn't get the first stint. It was the Team Lauda Jaco Steyn that was out there that did the first stint. Jaco has now, I expect, completed his part. It's now up to his teammate Peter van der Spey to hold off the likes of the very quick and highly respected Willem Botha that is in with Johan Engelbrecht, and they had that connectivity problem, and that's dropped them down into that third position. So having said all that, we've got Jaco Steyn online. Jaco, good evening, or should I say good morning to you from Spa-Francorchamps.
Hi, how are you guys?
Man, utterly fantastic. Jaco, you've had an up and down session, and I know that you pushed very, very hard to put Peter into a decent situation, and you've put him back in the car in that second position. Peter's looking pretty strong right now. You think you're in with a pretty decent chance of keeping your car ahead of the likes of Willem Botha and Dougherber?
Yeah, 100%. I think we are able to go right till the end. We don't need to go and do a splash and bash. Our calculation worked out perfectly, so we would be able to go all the way to the end.
Well, that's awesome. You and I spoke a couple of days ago about the implications of going times 4. In other words, a 6-hour race times 4, 24 hours, day into night and back into day. It was a late decision that was made. Nobody really had much opportunity to do the practicing. I'm pretty sure that in hindsight, I know it was a decision that we made about 3 days ago. In hindsight, surely you are glad that you made the right choice and gave that variety to this 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps with Sujean Properties.
Yeah, no, definitely. It just brings a little bit of another element to the endurance race that you need to calculate in. So I think that was a good choice.
Well, that's awesome stuff. Peter van der Spey carrying that car now in 6th overall. We did expect that the Masters were going to be able to give the youngsters a pretty good run for their money. And what you and I were discussing over the last couple of days, that the quality of the Masters has improved so much. And I think this, the first time that we have the Masters and the Elite in the same cars, gives us a pretty good indication as to how the 40 years and upward have actually worked very hard to get closer to the youngsters and give them a run at the front end of the field.
Yeah, no, definitely. The level that everybody is going up with their abilities and skills has made it as possible to combine the two elites and the master classes onto one grid. And I must say that I'm pretty impressed with the majority of the masters keeping it up in the top end of the field. So that's awesome.
Jaco, from me to you, from the whole of South African iRacing and everybody from Sports and GT Masters and all of the folks watching on all the different platforms. We are on iRacing South Africa, Second Gear Productions, Second Gear Talk Show, West Bromwich Sports and GT on Facebook, and also on the YouTube platforms. A massive, massive thank you for what you have done, many hours in the background to make this possible, and to also create the graphics that we have out there hand in hand with Luke Lucchese, designing and building a computer that gives us the opportunity to do this, and the amount of time that you've put in to give it all to us to make it possible. A massive, massive thank you, and at least you guys get an opportunity for a second place. I think that's fantastic. As we go into the last 27 minutes of this race, a last word from your side.
Yeah, I would just like to say thanks to everybody's participation. Thanks for your input as well, Gary, your production and commentating abilities have gone from strength to strength with us, and I can't, it's got a very exciting future ahead of us, so that's awesome. Thank you very much for everything.
Awesome stuff. I'm going to have to say goodbye to you, Yaku. There's things that's happening out there. Our commentators are swinging their arms around and saying, look there, it's all happening in the last 27 minutes. A big thanks to you, Jaco Steyn. Enjoy watching your teammate Peter van der Spey out there, and let's hope that he can hold on for your sake onto that second position ahead of Willem Botha. FC, your question.
Well, Frankie, you picked up something there on the timing sheet. Willem Botha was actually chasing down Peter van der Spey. What happened?
Well, I don't know. I was looking at that, and while Gary was on the phone to Jaco, and I actually showed you that it could turn around, and it seems as if Willem Botha might have had a bit of an off, because he at one stage the game was 14 seconds behind, and that is the reason why.
There you go.
That
there
is
you
the
go.
reason why he was.
Oh, that's hard into the wall. That's hard into the wall. Can you believe it? Willem Botha, well picked up there, Frankie. He got it back on track. I don't see that he has actually gone back into the pits, so that takes Willem Botha a little bit further back from Peter van der Spey, and that might just seal that third place overall in class.
Yeah, well, he was 14 seconds behind him, and I watched it go to 13, go to 12, and go to 10, and then all of a sudden it just fell away, and that is the reason why. So that, with 25 minutes left to go, that might just seal the deal for the 10 car, that or should I say for Van der Spey, that he gets that second position, and Botha finishes third.
Do not throw him away just yet, Frankie. Even after that impact, look at how the times are still tumbling. It's gone down from 14 seconds back down to 9 seconds for him to catch the louder car of Peter van der Spey. So we could still see battle here for second place in the Masters class heading towards the end of this race.
Well, there you can actually see it, Frankie. 2 minutes 11 as opposed to 2:06. We'll see the actual after this lap is completed. Now we'll be able to do a back-to-back and confirm that time that you were seeing that was being closed up very quickly by Willem Botha. Peter van der Spey probably trying to eke it out 100% safely to the end.
Well, Botha must get past Foster first. He's 2.6 seconds behind Zak Foster. That is not going to be a problem.
2:03.
The moment he gets his nose ahead of Foster, then he's going to have to get that hammer down. It's going to have to be basically qualifying laps for Willem Botha to get onto the back end of Peter van der Spey, and then hopefully for him, hopefully not for Peter, but for Willem to try and make that move there and move up into that second position in the Masters category. So after all this time, FC, we're going to have a fight for the lead, and we're going to have a fight for second in the Masters division.
Yeah, there's going to be a big battle. That time's already dropped down to 4 seconds behind that car of Van der Spey. But riding on board here with your class leader in the Masters, Luke Lucchese, in that number 12 car, currently sitting in a P2 overall, and he's chasing down the Durant Motorsport car there of Byron Mitchell. Is he anywhere near it? Can he make anything up? Does Durant Motorsport have to take that car back into the pits one more time? And can Lucchese eke it out towards the end of the race?
Well, the back marker is going to come into play. Back markers in endurance racing normally come into play. Look, he still get Byron must still get past the cohorts and Prius, and Luke Lucchese, that's first in class and second overall. He's also got a couple of back markers that he needs to catch and get past as well before he can even dream of going after the Durant Motorsport outfit. So yeah, this one's not finished yet.
Frankie, I think, doing the math now, I think Byron Mitchell and Team Durant Motorsport has done enough. If you look at where he is placed on circuit now, he is 33 seconds behind Luke Lucchese. If you take that off of a lap of 2 minutes, 1 to 2 seconds, that means that Lucchese is a minute and a half behind him. So even if Mitchell does dive into the pits for a splash and dash, he's got about 20 to 30 seconds still in hand when he does come out of the pits if Lucchese doesn't have to pit again. So that is, I think that's done and dusted.
Well, I'm looking at the main leaderboard there at car 3 and car 10, and that is the Gazoo outfit, and then of course the Lauda outfit out there as well, and they are having 101. I think there was overtaking maneuver there.
Yeah, that was done because Gazoo was in that third position. Yep. He's now managed to get past the Lauda car. So Willem Botha flew past the likes of Peter van der Spy.
Yeah, and we knew it was going to happen. He cleared that back marker and his times were quicker. And I said that watch out, that 3 car will move into second in class. And that's why I saw it on that leaderboard that the 3 car was now ahead of the 10 car.
Sure. It's all happening here in the closing stages. You can try and work it out before the time, but at the end of the day, it's very, very difficult to determine how it's going to play out. Let's just have a run from the top to the bottom through the different classes. Overall leader and first place overall, Byron Mitchell. Frankie, take it from there.
Yeah, Byron Mitchell for Team Durant Motorsport. Must he come into the pits? I would say yes, he has to, and then it's going to be very close after that. Second in class is the IRSA Racing green number 4 car of Corne Breed. That is there in that second position. Third in the elite is the IRSA Racing red, the 88 car of Zach Foster. Then in P4, Duco Racing, car number 5 of Mario Kowitz, and he sits there 4th in that class. Then in 5th, TTH Racing red, car number 69, and that is Doug Gerber. 6th in that class is Team Heap Together Lynx, and that is Jaco Foster. 7th in that class is the 16 car of Team Heap Together again, Matt Densham. And then last in that class is the 71 Team Heap Together, and that is the 71 car, and that is Janeman Prius. That is in that car. He's of course the teammate with Stephen Koenig.
Yeah, moving on to the Masters category, leading them out there second overall in the race, but leading the Masters, Team Pantera Racing with Luke Lucchese trying everything he can to eke out as much a lap time from that number 12 car as he can. 2 laps down from him in that second place, the Gazoo Racing car of Willem Botha, who's managed to make a late charge up the field and to get past the Lauda car in that third position, the number 10 car in the hands of Peter van der Spy, who's coming under attack there from Jaco Forster out on track. Then in 4th position for the Masters, Team Hubert Racing, and the number 22 car, Peter Hubert, piloting that one here in the closing stages, followed by Rico Barlow Racing, a minute, almost 2 minutes behind Team Hubert. That is Sandra Bakari in the 45 car after that dismal pit stop that Mike Verrier accidentally pressed the wrong button. Then cheaper cars at CO.za in that 6th position, followed by Team Dynacor, but they are out of this one.
Gary, can you have a look for me there, car number 3? I think it might have had a bit of an off somewhere, because all of a sudden, unless it was connectivity issues, because he was like 9 odd seconds, then all of a sudden I saw the 10 car right on the case of that 3 car. So no, all seems to be okay out there, because all of a sudden it just As he makes his way into the pits now, Willem Botha just Constantine it all the way in, and then it opened up again. So yeah, no problems out there for the 3-car, except that it finds itself now in pit lane.
Yeah, this is going to be a splash and dash. That was pushing very hard, and he's going to, I think he's going to lose that position. Yeah, there goes Lauda past him again. Peter van der Spey pushing past him, preserving the fuel in that car a little bit better than Willem Botha, who was pushing hard to try and make up those places.
So there's Peter van der Spey on his way down towards Eau Rouge. And, he hasn't needed to go into the pits. We would love to tell you we know exactly who's got to go in and who doesn't, but there's just, 17 teams out there. And a big thanks to 34 people that have spent at least 3 hours or more behind the steering wheel to put today's racing together, with Sujean Property Developers being the main single and sole sponsor of this. But it's all going to go down to this fight up front, and he's come into the pits. Byron Mitchell's come into the pits. This is what it's all about. Frankie, take it away.
Well. Now let's have a look and see. Will Luke Lucchesi know this? I'm sure by now he knows that 9 car is in pit lane. He would have heard, or maybe would have heard, Garth de Villiers have a chat there to Byron Mitchell. Now, you can bet your bottom dollar, as I know Luke Lucchesi from karting days, when he raced 100 stocks together with the likes of Toby Schechter, Thomas Schechter, and Johan Fourie, that this man does not step down. He also raced Group N back in the day, as well as Clubman's regional saloon cars at Killarney International Raceway with Opel Corsa. And I know that this guy is not going to back out. If he knows that 9 cars in pit lane, you can bet your bottom dollar, FC. It's now hammer time for Luke Lucchesi.
Yeah, definitely hammer time there for Lucchesi as he's out on track, and Durant Motorsport car still stationary in pit lane. There he goes. It's Byron Mitchell that takes it off the line, and like I predicted, there's going to be about... It was a lot more than what I thought. It's still a minute. That there he goes down the main straight now is Lucchesi. He's going to try and chase down the likes there. He's being held up. Holding up into turn number 1 into La Source. They're going to go now up Eau Rouge. And the number 7 battling it out there with Luke Lucchesi as he tries to catch Byron Mitchell. But Mitchell has already up, ducked and disappeared.
Yeah, I think that has just determined the outcome of this race. Unless something goes wrong with that 9 car. Lucchesi did not clear that 07 car as quick as he would like to. And that could possibly cost him the overall win. Yes, he'll win the Masters category as he goes through Lecom, but it could possibly have just cost Luke Lucchesi the overall victory.
15 minutes to go, and there's 20 to 23 seconds between them. So let's see what can happen here in the closing stages of this race. But I think Byron Mitchell and the team at Durant Motorsport has done enough.
Yeah, that 07 cars held him up, and if you look at the gap between the two of them and you look at the time left on the clock, it's going to be a miracle for Lucchesi to win this one. The only way he's going to get this one in the bag is if something goes wrong up front with that 9 Durant Motorsport motor car.
Well, keep in mind that there's 23 seconds in it. There was 5 seconds difference between the previous lap times, keeping in mind the passing of cars, etc. So a 2:07.754 is what was done by Durant Motorsport, and a 3:04 once again. So that's pretty much the benchmark. Let's see what can Luke Lucchesi put together in terms of latest lap time when he comes around.
The only thing predictable in motorsport is that
it's not predictable.
Is predictable. So anything can happen. She's a very, very, very difficult mistress.
Oh, 2:01.
Yeah.
2:01. That's 3 seconds a lap. Well, take 20 minutes. We'll take 50 minutes. Divide that by 2 minutes a lap. That's going to give you around about 7 laps. 2 seconds a lap. That's 14. Frankie, what did you say was the gap?
Well,
28.
Yeah, but
it's not going to make it.
No, he's not going to make it. But as I was saying, motorsport is a very, very, very horrible mistress. She can turn around and bite you at any possible time, and that is what makes this such an amazing sport. As we see the 5 car pit out of P4 in class, and that is Mario Kowals.
Yeah, Mario Kowals going into the pits there from that 4th position in the elite group as we ride on board with Lucchese. Lucchese will be pumping in the lap times now to try and catch up there to the Durant Motorsport car of Byron Mitchell. 23 seconds. I don't know. It's Lucchese's putting in the laps, but he's just not putting in enough, because every time he does a lap, Byron Mitchell responds in the next sector, and that gap remains at 23 seconds, 23.6, 23.8 seconds.
Peter van der Spy holds them, Frankie, in that second position ahead of Peter Joubert. So we need to keep an eye on the lap times. In fact, it's Joubert in the Joubert Racing outfit that's done a 2:03 against the 2:06 of the louder entry of Peter van der Spy.
A personal best there for Corne Breat in IRSA Racing Green, a 2:02.490. So, and they are sitting second in the elite class at this point in time. So a couple of PB laps coming in there by Corne Breat, sitting second in class in the elite category for IRSA Racing Green.
The top teams, be they elite or be they masters, down to the 2:01s and flying. 2:01.7, one of the quickest laps that has been done out there by Luke Lucchese, pushing the buttons of Byron Mitchell. But it's not going to be enough. I think the gap to Byron Mitchell's just too big. And Frankie, you watched him on the main circuit. Byron doesn't easily make mistakes.
No, he's not going to make a mistake out there right now unless something horribly goes wrong for whatever reason. Byron is not going to get it right. I'm sure his dad Gordon is sitting watching this now and saying, come on boy, we are almost home, we've nearly got 10 more minutes to go. Of course, his dad Gordon used to race karting with him at the karting circuit a couple of years ago, the father-son combination. And then after Gordon had a lot of fun in the karts, he took Byron over to the main circuit, and they did a bit of GTI challenge, they did a bit of clubmans, and now they're having fun out there in Class S in the Formula Libre category with the Formula Volkswagen. It's quite capable, as I said earlier on, of doing 109s around Killarney, quicker than superbike time. So yes, Gary, to elaborate on what you said there, this youngster is not going to just make a mistake. He's not going to lose that concentration. That's the bottom line.
Well, they started on the front of the grid, the Mitchell Lucchese outfits, and they have stayed right there. It's a Corne Breat that's moved up to, it's Foster that stayed exactly where they originally started. It's Duplessis that's 2 up. It's Van der Spy that has gone 1 up, and then also Joubert that's gone 1 up. Very similar fuel strategies all the way through. The only big difference being these two teams up front, and it looks like the young guns are still going to, hoe sê hulle in Afrikaans, gaan nog steeds koring kry oor die ou baase.
Well, they will, but they're going to know if there's one master that's going to make it difficult for them in this endurance series, it's going to be that man, Luke Lucchese, and his team. And if he can keep François Joubert with him for the remaining 5 races, they alone is going to make it very difficult out there for the drivers in the elite category.
100% Frankie, and as we are now in the last 9 minutes of this race, Lucchese doing everything he can to try and catch up there, but that lead has now increased for Mitchell. It's gone up to 26 seconds. So Byron Mitchell now really starting to pump in the laps there. Just look at that, 2 seconds a lap faster, the Durant Motorsport car of Byron Mitchell, with Lucchese now having to start and lift and coast again to get that car to the end.
Yeah, Luke Lucchese in that second place. You know what, it's fine to end second. He will win his class, and that 22 car is back in pit lane again. The Team Joubert Racing. Last lap was a 2:19.898, understandable because he went into the pit lane, and they are sitting, where are they now? They are sitting 4th in the Masters category.
Sure, folks, I think we're going to take a short break, and we're going to come back to you with the final 5 minutes of this race.
Well, folks, we're back in the closing stages of the Sujean Properties, Sujean Commercial Landlords, 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps with the elite and masterclasses coming to you live from Spa-Francorchamps in Belgium. And we've got just over 5 minutes left to go. Frankie, where are we going?
Well, we're heading towards Victory Lane. That's where that number 9 car is going to, of Byron Mitchell and Jason Kutsia. And all that these two hotshots need to do now is just to keep that car pointing in a straight line. We are approaching 5 minutes to go out of 6 hours. And I think by now that Luke Lucchesi, well, look at that, 2:01.8 for Durant Motorsport, 2:02.9 for Lucchesi in a Team Pantera Racing. And if I was Luke now, I'd say, you know what, a second overall, first in class, not a problem. At least these under 40 drivers, age-wise, know that we are going to make it hard for them in the remaining 5 races. But I do repeat myself again, FC, he needs to keep François Hubert with him as a teammate if they want to make it difficult for Mitchell and for Kutsia. Keeping in mind before you run through the classes that there's another Durant Motorsport car that didn't run today, and that's the 10 car. And trust me, you'll have the likes of Umpi Swart in there. Who do you think will be his teammate? I'm thinking maybe people like Dario Bussi, maybe, because Bussi was his teammate once upon a time. That's, of course, if Dario is going to get involved. I don't know. But it's going to be difficult for that 12 car in the Masters if both 9 and 10 cars in the elite is out there. Today, he had to deal with only one of them. He might have to deal with 2 of them next time round.
Yeah, as we have under 5 minutes left to go, running through the elite class, Durant Motorsport leading this one with Byron Mitchell in P1. In P2, IRSA Green in the hands of Corne Briet in the number 4 car fills that second spot. In P3, IRSA Red with Zach Foster in that third place, followed by Duco Racing's very own Stephen Duplessis out there in that fourth place. Team Try Hard Racing Red, they are the guys out there in the fifth place with Doug Gerber. In P6, Team Heap Together Lynx with Jaco Foster behind the wheel. And in P7, Team Heap Together again, that is a Matt Densham out there, followed by a Team Heap Together in the 71 car, and that will either be Janeman Prius or let's have a look at Janeman Prius sitting in that 9th position.
And then in the Masters, he is the quickest man out there. Although I must say that 3 car is also doing 2:02s. As a matter of fact, that 3 car's last lap was quicker than what the 12 car was. 2:02 dead for the 12 car and a 2:02 odd for Lucchesi. He done a 2:01 now the last time around, but yeah, that the 3 car, and I think Willem Botha is, it is Willem Botha that's behind the wheel of that car, is going to make it very hard for them, also probably in the future. But it is the 10 car of Peter van der Spey that's sitting there in that second position in the Masters category, and then that third position in Masters, that is the Gazoo Racing Delara of Willem Botha. It could have been so different for them had they not had issues earlier on when Johan Engelbrecht climbed all over the wall with that motor car. They could have possibly ended at least in second position. However, in fourth place, it is Team Hubert Racing, the 22 of Peter Hubert. In fifth position, Rico Barlow Racing, the 45 car out there. They done a 2:07, and that is the 22 car. And then the 45 car we're looking at now, that is Sandro Bakari. He's the teammate of Mike Verrier. And then in P6, the number 1 car, and that is Herman Lazarus. And that is the last car out there, because the 777 Team Dynacor car of Andre Steenekamp and them are not in this race anymore.
Folks, just before we go to that last countdown, a couple of incidents that have just happened. Jaco Foster. Let's see what happened with Jaco. Very popular piece of track for problems, and he runs it very, very wide. A problem for Doug Gerber as well. and I think you'll probably find that both of them went a little bit off circuit there. Yep, that was you don't brake, I don't brake, we both brake too late. Willem Porter that ran into a problem with the Kazoo racing car as well, and it looks like that is going into La Source. But not too bad. He picked it up pretty quickly and got that one sorted out. We're on 5:59. Let's go to the front end of the field.
Yeah, well, nothing lost and nothing gained there for Willem Bottas.
Yeah, he just thought he was doing a bit of rallying out there in La Source.
He held it well. He held it very well. He was lucky that the tail end didn't come around and cost him a lot of time. So in the bigger scheme of things, with a half a minute to go, can you believe the Sujean 6-hour race is almost done?
Yeah, less than 30 seconds to go there as Team Pantera just set the fastest lap for the Masters team, for the Masters class, 2-minute 1.344 for the likes of Luke Lucchesi. But we are riding on board with your race leader Byron Mitchell as the clock counts down for 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's it. 6 hours done and dusted. Byron Mitchell now just needs to get it to the checkered flag, and he's got this win in the bag in the number 9 car for Durant Motorsport.
Right, he's just made his way through Blanchimont, and that will be the end of that. That is that chicane. There is a start-finish line, and where is the checkered flag? And he has won it. Checkered flag comes out. He has won it. Durant Motorsport, Byron Mitchell and Jason Kutsia win that one overall and in the elite class in P1.
Oh, guys that enter the pits right before that they get that checkered flag, and that but the checkered flag will come out to the second place man in the race. Winner overall for the Masters class, Team Pantera, Luke Lucchesi coming home in P2, winner of the Masters. And what a race it's been here for those two top guns in their classes.
Well, Corne Brett was in and out of the pits. He has in fact just come out of the pits now, but he's still got to come around if he wants to pick up that position.
Yeah, he was in the pits. He will finish second in the elite category, Corne Brett, in that 4 car. So you must just make sure he nurses that motor car around the circuit towards the checkered flag, and then second place in the elites will go to Corne Brett.
Sure. And I see Zach Foster's just had a incident as well. So Zach Foster in 3rd overall has actually just had a crash. Was an off circuit. Is he run out of fuel?
I think so.
Yeah, it looks like he's run out of fuel.
Oh my heck! Can you believe it? Is it possible?
Get out and push! Get out and push!
You can't get out and push. He's going to jump out of his sim seat and run against the wall. Oh man, that's going to end in agony there for him. It's not going to end in agony for this man, Corne Brett, in car number 4, sitting 2nd overall in the elite category. He is almost home. He's got a bit of work to do though before he sees that the checkered flag, and that is the last bit of work that he needs to do. Round that left-hander, there's the home straight, and the checkered flag will greet Corne Brett, and he will finish 2nd in the elite category.
3rd overall, 2nd in the elite category. What a 6-hour race this has been at the Spa-Francorchamps circuit, brought to you by Sujean Commercial Landlords.
Big thanks to the McCarthys of Sujean Commercial Landlords. That's industrial, and that the advert just pops off the screen. But yeah, big thank you there to them, and they really they done themselves proud, and hopefully we will see the McCarthys, at least Stephen McCarthy, out for the next one. We'll see him probably for the Master Series on Wednesday.
Right, so there is the official classification. Durant Motorsport finishing in P1 with Team Pantera bringing it home in P2. Team IRSA, a green 3rd overall, followed by IRSA red in that 4th overall position, followed by Duco Racing rounding off your top 5.
Then the team Lauder finishing second in class, and that is a Peter van der Spey in them. And then third in the Masters class is the Gazoo Racing team, and that is Willem Botha and Johan Engelbrecht. So, brilliant stuff out there. 6 hours. It started off action-packed, and then the majority of the race just ran its course. And by the time you got to the last 40 minutes, it began to rear its head again, and it gave us a very, very interesting ending.
Well, as we look at those beautiful aerial shots from around Spa-Francorchamps, it's time for us to say goodbye. It was wonderful to be with you here in the Second Gear production studio and bringing you this 6-hour race. As we just look there in each class, the elite class won by Durant Motorsport, IRSA Green second, and in third place IRSA Red. And in the Masters, we've got Team Pantera Racing, Lauder, and Gazoo Racing bringing it home in P3. From my side, FC Nivote, it was wonderful to be here with you on this Sunday, and we look forward to the next one.
Yeah, for myself, Frank Yennis, it's been great. Once again, a big thanks to the Sujean Commercial Landlords for bringing us the 6 hour of Spa-Francorchamps.
For myself, Gary Fleming, a big thanks to Mike Berrier and Sandra Bakari for starting iRacing in South Africa around about the same time that this horrible sickness called COVID came around, introduced us to this lovely game, to Jaco Steyn that's come on board and just taken everything to the next level, to the big five that have given us the equipment to make it possible, and to the Second Gear production studio team of FC Nivote and Frankie Ernest, two of the best commentators of motorsport in South Africa. A big thanks for joining us here in studio. Lots of racing to be coming up. In fact, tomorrow night we'll be coming back to you. Frank Hennis will be joining me. Mike's side, we will be doing the touring cars. That's going to be a brilliant one. Tuesday night, 8 o'clock, join us for the Second Gear talk show. And I think we'll have a couple of chats with some of the people that won out here. Maybe we must get Byron Mitchell and Luke Lucchese to have a chat with us. And then a Wednesday night, we will be back with you once again with another round of the Sports and GT Masters. And I think it's about the second or the third last one for this season.
And that one's going to be interesting. That one will come to from the Indianapolis International Motor Speedway, and we will be racing in Indy cars.
Something
That's going to be a fun one.
Completely different, and believe you me, Jaco Steyn will do hours and hours in the background to give us all the necessary information to bring it to you first class. All of those of you that have joined us during this Sujean Commercial Landlord 6 hours of Spa, thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed it, and from a Second Gear studio, good night to you one and all.